Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. The agenda this evening includes 2 concept reviews and 1 study session item. Members of the public may attend tonight's meeting and future study sessions in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment on this concept review items only, either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item, and the individuals attending in person will speak first. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. If joining in person, we'll ask you to step up to the podium and give us your name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have the time allotted before. For our hearing impaired residents, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. Tonight's first concept review is a proposal for a residential development consisting of 4 rent townhomes located on the southeast corner of the intersection of East Midway Boulevard and Lowell Boulevard. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation, and we'll take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory. Mood lighting. I've seen that before. It's nice. Followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and finally questions and comments from City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com, and copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. We appreciate you. So we have Brandon Rowe, Principal Planner with Community Development, who's going to walk us through this concept review. Brandon.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Brandon Rowe, Principal Planner. Could I get the next slide, please? The first project before you this evening is a concept proposal for a 102-unit rental townhome development. Staff would like to note a correction. The applicant's materials and the staff memorandum do reference 101 units. We noticed that there were 2 unit 37s in the conceptual plans, so the counting got a little skewed. It is 102 units. Should the applicant move forward to a formal development application, we'll make sure that that numbering is corrected. The property owner is Dennis R. Lawrence Trust, and the applicant is Midway and Lowell Investors, LLC. The project area, as noted, is on the southeastern corner of Lowell Boulevard and East Midway Boulevard. To the north, the proposed development is north and east of the Columbine Meadows Shoppette, which includes existing retail and a gas/convenience store. The proposed development is south. Sorry about that. Is south of the Westlake Village subdivision, which has commercial uses and residential. The mood lighting's gone. To the east is the Columbine Meadows subdivision, which is an established residential neighborhood consisting of single-family detached units. To the west, across Lowell Boulevard, is Hanson's Corner, which is a commercial development that has an existing storage facility and a vacant lot. Behind Hanson's Corner is the Brandywine subdivision. Next slide, please. The project area is designated mixed-use commercial. Single-family attached and multifamily dwelling units are permitted in the mixed-use commercial designation. The proposed development is consistent with the underlying land use map designation. There is an existing approval for the site for senior living, which consists of a memory care and independent living cottages. The proposed development is seeking to change that use to be purely residential. This change in uses would result in a change in the fiscal outcome of an estimated 200,000 net negative annual impact. This impact is a result of the change from that assisted living use in the memory care to a full residential. That's based on the draft version of the fiscal long-range financial plan approach, which is described in the staff memo. Next slide, please. The parcel is irregularly shaped and generally wraps around that existing Columbine Meadow Shopette. The townhomes are organized in clusters of 3, 4, 5, and 6 plexes. They're currently proposed to be accessed by a network of internal private alleyways, which connect to private roads. The units are proposed to be 3 stories in height with dedicated front porches and enclosed 2-car garages. The site incorporates on-site detention, which is located in the northeast corner of the property adjacent to the Gay Reservoir Channel. The site also includes a small private park amenity. The park is located generally central to the site. The conceptual plans do not currently identify the size of the park or the specific amenities that would be installed in it. The proposed development accesses Lowell Boulevard through the means of 2 private drives through the Shopette, one located on the north side of the retail strip and one on the south side. There is no direct access to Lowell Boulevard or East Midway Boulevard from the site. The conceptual plan also includes internal pedestrian sidewalks, which run through the private open areas on site. A pedestrian bridge would be included as part of the improvements to cross the reservoir channel and provide a connection to the Midway sidewalks. Should the development move forward, the developer would also be required to construct a trail along the eastern side of the development to connect to the existing trail. The specific location and configuration would be determined in the future in consultation with Open Space and Trails. Broomfield Municipal Code requires 2 parking spaces. As previously noted, those will be met through on-site private garages for each of the units. There are no specific EV or electric vehicle charging infrastructure discussed as part of this concept review. However, the applicant will be required to comply with the newly adopted requirements in the Broomfield Municipal Code. The site is within the RTD service area and would be served by existing routes. And the project is required to provide approximately 6 acres of public land dedication. Part of prior approvals, a little over 2 acres was dedicated, so the minimum on-site dedication has been met. Should the applicant choose to move forward with an wholly cash in lieu contribution to satisfy the remaining 3.9 acres, that would meet code requirements. Next slide, please. The project area is adjacent to the Gay Reservoir Channel. That channel runs on the north side of the property. That is the floodway. No construction activity is anticipated to be completed within that area other than that pedestrian bridge. Next slide, please. As part of their conceptual plans, the applicant provided preliminary elevations and perspectives for their development. The design will focus on breaking up the mass of the buildings with a variety of articulation, including but not limited to horizontal and vertical breaks in the walls and planes. The applicant will be able to describe more of their architectural approach during their presentation. Next slide, please. To the best of staff's knowledge, the public notice requirements have been met. Staff did identify 2 key issues as part of this application. The first is prairie dogs. There's a sizable, well-established prairie dog colony located on this property, which is also spread onto adjacent properties. Should the development move forward, the applicant will need to coordinate with Open Space and Trails on the appropriate mitigation strategies for that colony. The second key issue is inconsistency with the PUD plan and financial impact. The project area has existing approvals. This new proposal is for a more dense, non-age restricted residential neighborhood. Should it move forward, it would require an amendment to the established PUD plan and a new site development plan. And as discussed previously, there would be that financial impact. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening to provide a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. For the applicant.
Good evening, Brad Winters from Grays Development. Thanks for everyone for coming and thanks for your time. Next slide, please. Tommy, unfortunately, who's going to present his slide from Local Homes, is changing a tire on the freeway right now. He keeps texting and he apologizes, but he'll be here as soon as he can. But Local Homes, trusted partner of ours, has been in business since 2010, building throughout the community, all along the Front Range, about 2,000 homes delivered since 2010. And if Tommy gets here, he can kind of walk you through a little more of that. Privately held, top 10 home builder in the Front Range. Next slide, please. I'm Brad from Grays Development. So we're a Denver-based real estate company focused on rental townhome communities that provide thoughtful design for each community in particular, meaning bedroom, bathroom count, amenities, that sort of thing. So currently on the site plan, it doesn't show or call out the amenity, but our goal is to have a clubhouse, fitness center, parks, open space, a playground and barbecues for families to enjoy. Diverse housing options. We find this townhome segment is something missing for renters in the market due to all the multifamily and then the one-off single-family rentals. Our properties are staffed full-time by Griffiths Blessing. So we'll have leasing agents there at full-time, maintenance crews, maintenance sheds. That way, if a homeowner needs a light bulb changed or touch up and paint, we've got people on staff for that. I mentioned trusted partners from beginning to end. Local homes, we mentioned, we've got Galloway, our architect and civil, and then Griffiths Blessing is our property manager who oversees about 12,000 properties on the Front Range. And that's it. Our goal is to build communities that feel like home and allow families to thrive. We appreciate your time. Look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you very much for that very brief presentation. Next. Oh, you're not done. Okay.
Should I request the mood lighting now?
Yeah.
My name is Jeff Weeder. I'm with Galloway, 5500 Greenwood Plaza Boulevard in Greenwood Village, Colorado. We've been around for a while, about 40 years. You want to kick it to the next slide, please? And we work and create partnerships with our clients. We've done quite a bit in Broomfield. This is the best part about Broomfield, honestly, is to come up and have a concept review, get feedback before we get into the guts of the design, understand what's important right out without having to guess. So we appreciate this. And we're happy to be up here. Next slide, please. So I'd like to apologize for the miscalculation of units. It just ended up to be 1 unit, but we double counted unit 37. It must have been a really good one. Apologize for that, but we appreciate that staff would probably change some calculations to accommodate the density. We have to recalculate likely based upon the comments we hear from community and from you all anyway. We would expect some change in the site plan. Here we talked briefly about the layout of the site, and the layout of the site was meant to be low impact, to use existing infrastructure as much as possible, which is why we geared the vehicle access out to Lowell through existing cross access, no access being punched to Midway, trying to stay out and away from the floodway from the Gay Reservoir Channel. We did understand from our pre-app meeting with staff the need for some pedestrian connectivity, and that we propose that connectivity both to Lowell, kind of in that inverted L section up in the north, and then also to Midway over top the floodway. We'll span the floodway with a pedestrian bridge to connect to the Midway existing pedestrian path along Midway. We would expect, especially after having staff's preliminary comments, seeing some of the feedback from the community already, hearing feedback from you here in a few minutes, that there is going to be some opportunities for us to have to change the concept layout, right? We will take that opportunity to do some certain things, possibly provide more buffering on the east. Maybe hopefully shift the pedestrian connection away from the neighbors. You heard a little bit of that feedback. But to also, we need to do some things to provide better access for fire. For example, we're going to try and have another access point up into the north, coming off the north end, so we don't have some dead end drives up there. All of this considered, we'll have to think outside of the box to make it happen, but that's the goal. We will be looking for more opportunities to provide some guest parking that's not dedicated to each unit. That would allow visitors, right, to not have to park on adjacent streets or access drives, that we would have a place for them, a home for them to come, park their car safely, visit their neighbors, and then leave when they need to without blocking the adjacent roadway network. Again, there is the possibility to increase the density if we've site planned it a little better, maybe provide a skinnier unit perhaps. I mean, there's a lot on the table here depending upon what we hear from you all. And we have a very creative team with a lot of good history to do it. So we're here to listen for sure. Next slide, please. This is the concept rendering perspective. And what we're trying to do here is just show to you that we plan on giving you a quality product. Plan on providing to the citizens a quality product with good materials, good articulation, things to do to break up the massing. So we know we don't look the same all over the place. And that's really what the intention is here in this slide, is to show you that it's possible, even in the for rent market. So I think that's all we have. If you have any questions, we're here to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to ask if there are any boards and commissions who would like to comment on this proposal. I'm glad to see a couple. Yay. Come on up, Lurk and Ostack.
Good evening, Fred Weiss, Land Use Review Commission. Do have a couple of questions. As we've kind of identified before, there's 100 or 101 rental townhomes. And I guess from our perspective, we'd like to see some for sale townhomes as part of it. I know they said that they've identified a need for rental units, but I think there's also a need for some for sale units. I guess, and I don't know if they've done the financial modeling yet, but one of the things I had a question about is the cost range or rental cost range for the townhomes, because it says it's going to be 2 and 3 bedrooms. And I just wonder from a marketability standpoint and from affordability standpoint, if you've given any thought to what those prices might be. And I was glad to see that there's a lot of work going around inclusionary housing, because once again, we get a cash in lieu of payment. And I don't think from a personal perspective that that really gets us to where we need to be for inclusionary housing units. So I'm glad you're reviewing, and hopefully that in lieu of payment will be so high that the developers will have to build the units. One other question I had is that it said that there was access through 2 private drives that also served the shopping center. And my question was, number one, it appeared that there may be a cross access easement, because obviously that's the way that the patrons for the shopping center have to get into the center. But the other question I had is who maintains those roads? If it's a cross access and it goes to the townhomes and also the retail patrons, who maintains that road? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Next, we have Open Space and Trails.
Yes, Michael McLean. I'm the current chair of the Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee, and I know you all are voracious readers and probably read this all, but let me just point out one thing in particular, that the public land dedication is a little out of whack for what we would anticipate. We also think that as this matures a little bit, we would be highly interested in seeing some reconfiguration to change that buffering going around the outside of this, especially as it applies to the housing that's to the east. And the trail itself, I think that can all be incorporated and maybe also get some larger space so that our animals who will go through this, as they are used to already, have a little bit more playroom to get through without a whole lot of interaction with our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLean. Are there any other boards and commission members who would like to comment on this proposal? All right, well, thank you very much for the feedback. It's valuable. Public comments are next. So as mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or on the phone. And if you would like to call in, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. And if you're joining us in person, please line up behind the podium and let us know your thoughts on this project. There's nobody here for this project? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. And we will get to the online callers after we take the in-person comments.
Hi, Hi, my name is Greg Smith. I live right there immediately east of where the project is being located. Address is 12705 Julian Court. Couple of questions. How high are these going to be? And I think your concern for the prairie dogs is more than for the residents of that thing there. I would like to see the prairie dogs totally eradicated out of there. And secondly, I'd like to increase that buffering if you do it there, because we are original residents of there, living there for quite some time now, since 1986. And so this is a significant change, and I'm not sure why City of Broomfield is not fulfilling their contract with this, which was for this to be commercial, and keeps pushing things like everything from a driving range to high-rise apartments. And I frankly don't know why we need to have more rentals. I think that it'd be much more valuable to have ownership, because if we don't take ownership in our town and our country, then we've got nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniel Sellers. I live right next door to Greg Smith, just east of the proposed project. My biggest concerns are similar to Mr. Smith. We have lived in the neighborhood for the decades, same amount of time as Mr. Smith, original owners. And so we have a vested interest in Broomfield. We own our beautiful little patch of America. We love it. And I would much more prefer townhomes that could be owned by people so that they can take pride in their property, instead of, we all know that high density housing does bring crime, but especially when it is not owned because you don't care. And so it's just human nature. If you don't own something, you don't really care about it. I care about my property. I care about my neighbors. I care about my neighborhood. And I also am concerned about the height and the buffer and, you know, things like that. But mostly I'm concerned about, first of all, the crime and just the pride in ownership. So they are beautiful units. You know, I didn't know what to expect. I saw them, they're attractive units. So I like that. The height may be an issue. I don't know where it falls within the allotted, the regulations that we have. And also concerns with density of our school. The school just across the street, the elementary school, my kids go there. They are already like something like a 1-to-30 ratio. These are going to be more or less starter homes. Are going to be a lot of young kids, I would assume, and I'm not sure where they would even go. Just pull up more chairs in the classrooms. Our neighborhood, our community here is very vested in this lot and in our community. And if it is something that we feel like doesn't fit our community, then we will be opposed to it. There have been many propositions in the past, and this is more speaking to the developers. There have been many proposals and propositions in the past, and our neighborhood is organized. We've gone so far as petitions, having, you know, door knocking, because it needs to fit. We're here, it's our community, and if we don't feel like it fits, we're going to fight against it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Sellers. My son just entered kindergarten this year, one of them. We have 5. And his classroom is 1 teacher to 32 students. And so this does make me a little concerned about adding more kids in. I wish we could put in another school, but I don't even think that's possible right now. So that is one concern of mine. I've lived in this home since I was 4 years old. I've watched my parents come to countless meetings as well. I do kind of wish we could get more of a commercialized area, building in there just because I feel like if we had that, they could support the taxes and increase the pay for our teachers. We almost get every single year, something saying they want to raise taxes so that we can pay our teachers more. And I agree, we do need to pay our teachers more, but I feel like if we get more commercial type buildings in there, we can support those teachers through those kind of taxes instead of the residential taxes. I am opposed to subsidizing housing. We have a neighbor who said they just moved from an area because subsidized housing was put in and their housing area, the morals and values decreased really quickly. And they said it got so bad with crime that they just didn't want to live there anymore. And so they moved probably just a few months ago to our area, our little cul-de-sac. And they found out these townhomes are going up and they said, well, it looks like we're moving again. We honestly don't know what would come about this, but I, like the other two, wish these were more for sale homes and not subsidized, not rentals. I did notice you're not putting a street going through Columbine, are you?
We'll
Okay.
let the developer address that question after we finish public comments. They're taking notes, so make
Okay.
sure that you write that question down. And okay, thanks.
Okay, because we've fought a long time just to have one entrance to Columbine Meadows for crime purposes. And so I really appreciate you not putting a street going through Columbine Meadows. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. My name is Bob Kramer. I live in Brandywine, right off of Perry. I must have missed 1,000-mile radius by a little bit. I'm right off of Hillary, so I'm kind of a snowball's throw away. Anyway, my first question or first comment would be relative to why rental? I mean, let me say this and throw my little side ad in here. I have a handyman business. I've been doing this for 20 years. I have a degree in construction technology. I've been in this business my whole life. And I have to tell you that 90% of my work comes from rental properties, people that own and rent properties. And I got to tell you, they're not taken care of, especially first-time owners and temporary owners and transient owners. I just don't think that Broomfield is the right kind of fit for that type of activity. And also in your little dissertation area, I heard a $250,000 deficit to start off with. Does that make any sense to us at all? I think single-family homes or the townhouse concept is a good idea. From the picture, the architectural picture I saw, though, kind of ironically showed all the cars parked in front, yet they stated no on-street parking. So that was a little misleading. And I think the basic design, while a few of them would look nice like that, all of them looking the same is just nothing more than a rubber stamp. I mean, there's plenty of buildings, apartment buildings and townhouse buildings in our general city and neighborhoods that have very, very artistic and very, very pleasing designs. I mean, just different roof lines, different windows applications, different door applications. I mean, this thing's looking like just boom, just the same all the ways down the line. So anyway, I really think that we should give some very serious consideration to having more of a owner type responsibility, like the gentleman ahead of me has mentioned. If you own your property, you take care of it. I'm proud of my neighborhood. I'm proud of the kids in my neighborhood because luckily I'm on a little cul-de-sac. So I got my little buddies running around the street all day long, and that's great. You know, but in this kind of a development with in and out people in transit all the time, that presents a safety issue too, to some of our kids and some of our, in just the neighborhood in general. So I would just wish that you give a lot of consideration to what we really want the Broomfield to look like and to move forward with. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello there. Thank you. My name is Matt Truda. I live at 12710 Julian Court. I live with my wife and two children. I'm a public school teacher. My kids go to Mountain View Elementary School. Folks, I'm asking you, please don't let this happen, okay? And it's not about me, about prairie dogs. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big fan either of the prairie dogs. But guys, we don't need a high occupancy, high density place right in this residential neighborhood. I know what it's like to be a renter. We were renters ourselves. I came from West Colfax. I used to drive up Sheridan all the time. I want to get at home in Broomfield for my kids. You guys, it's just the way it should be. I mean, we worked really hard to get to this place. I'm so worried about this neighborhood getting diminished. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Christina Miner. I live at 12706 Julian Court. I'm also in the Columbine Meadows neighborhood. I'm extremely concerned about the density of this neighborhood. I understand that land has to eventually be developed, but why does it have to be 100 units? That means at least 200 people are coming into there. They're going to have family members coming by, so we're going to have tons and tons of traffic. Being rentals is my biggest concern. Rentals always bring crime. Our neighborhood doesn't have the best track record with rentals. We recently had a house that ended up being a meth house. They were cooking meth in that home. So that had, drug running coming by. We're not real fans of renters in this neighborhood. Owners are going to be more of what we were looking for, sales. The park concept, we love the park concept. We'd like to see some commercial in there that could be as residential mixed use. Bring some value to the neighborhood where we're not just having a ton of people moving out every 12 months. Price point is going to be a big concern. What's your vetting process for these people if they are going to be rentals? How do you handle if there's going to be issues? Is there an eviction process? Are you going to let them go 10 days? Are you going to let them go 30 days? Do they require first and last month's rent? Like what's your process for these rentals? Do we have just willy-nilly, oh, sorry, something's falling apart? We need to know how you're going to handle repairs, maintenance of these properties. Also, that sidewalk that's going right up against the fencing, we'd like to see that moved down across the ditch so that we're not having people looking in the backyards. That's a big concern. That's if you're going to be bringing that many extra people into the neighborhood, we need to see a little safety issue. And then, again, we'd really like to see something that's not rentals. That's like our biggest concern. Lessen the density, not be rentals. So that's kind of all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. The last time I've seen you guys, I had a little bit less gray hair and fewer wrinkles, but so it has been a while. So this is Nicole Huntley. I live in Columbine Meadows, and I'm the one that's taking care of the barrier for the prairie dogs to stay out of the no-no zones. In the last 2 years that I have been doing this, I have had tremendous positive feedback from people that are walking these areas and just saying that they are really glad that these prairie dogs have not been killed and that they would like to see non-lethal treatment for these animals. So I hope you can do good by them if this development moves forward. Also, I cannot really speak on this review yet since it's not been finalized. Personally, I would like to make sure that we address hopefully native plants and also native trees. We have a water crisis looming, and so that I think that's important to address to avoid as much lawn as possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in person? Please head on over and you can form a line behind the podium if you like.
Hi, I'm Justin Huffman from the Brandywine neighborhood. I guess one thing, I personally am not necessarily as concerned with the density. I do think having at least some of the homes for sale is a good idea. And I did have some concerns about pedestrian access. It did look like it was very car dependent and mainly focused on car traffic with not much. There were sidewalks and things, but like it seemed like every couple feet you're crossing the street, and I don't think that's necessarily the safest thing. And I think having it more pedestrian focused would be a good idea.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Beth Willman and I live in Crofton Park on Julian Point on the other side. And I'm not too concerned. I think it's good that we're having rental properties because I think it's nice to have all income levels in our community. I am very concerned with the density because I saw some numbers about 100, 250 people. But if we're talking, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, if they're 3-story, we're talking closer to 400 people. Just some of the numbers didn't add up too well. So, and then accessibility too. It just was Lowell's going to become very congested on a very like right below that light, and there's no other lights. I just wasn't sure if really the mechanics of people and their cars, because there's probably going to be more than 2 cars per place, and how that's going to all work. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Deborah Smith, Columbine Meadows. So I agree with them all. Personally, my biggest concern is the height of them. My backyard is right there. And if you look out a 3rd-story window, you have excellent view of my entire backyard and everybody along that road. And it's, I know we've gone a long time without anything back there, but man, I just don't want people like looking into my backyard every chance they get. So.
Thank you. All right, if that's all in person, we'll move to our callers. Starting with Steve Bauer. You have 3 minutes, Steve.
Thank you. I am the owner of the North Side Tavern Restaurant. I'm on the west side of that development, proposed development. As far as business goes, it wouldn't make a difference in my business, I don't think. But the reason I wanted to get on this call is because I've been looking at that property for the last 7 years. And basically every year it seems to be worse for flies, mosquitoes, because the water is standing out there. Some people mentioned increase in crime if apartments went in there. I have seen an increase in crime now without apartments in there. The car wash gets broken into probably once a month. There are people on our property. There's been stolen vehicles and motorcycles left on that property. So, what my thing is, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think it would be nice to have something go onto that property soon to maybe reduce some of the crime, because on our side where the businesses are, there's nobody around at nights. We're all closed early, and something needs to happen over there, as well as the maintenance of the property. The standing water out there, we've had mosquito problems on our patio. I have one guest that in Adams County somewhere was bitten by a mosquito, and he is now a paraplegic due to West Nile virus. So I just want to make sure that, people need to understand that that property is a dumping ground. It's a place where people were living under the big tree there at one point, and something just needs to be done, and it needs to be maintained better by the owner, because when all those weeds release everything, our air conditioning units just get clogged up and fried. So that was it. It was more of a comment about the property, and I would just like to see more maintained there. And the other thing too is if the drive is in and out of there, those driveways and roadways right now need a lot of work. If it's going to get that kind of traffic, then the developer and the property owner are going to have to figure out how to make that work. But I believe fire is not going to be okay with that. So just putting that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Next, we'll go to Crystal. Crystal, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To kind of follow up what Steve was saying, I'm going to start with the roads and with traffic. I'm really concerned about having the thoroughfares go by the business and the road maintenance. The roads, he's right, are not in the best condition. So I want to know who's going to be responsible for maintaining those. And you can't get more than one car through that area, especially on a Friday or Saturday night when Northside is busy because they are so popular. So I am concerned about only having 1 or 2 entry and exit going in and out of the property. I'm also concerned about traffic, especially during rush hour on Lowell. I know you probably won't be able to put a stoplight there because it's so close to Midway, but I'm really concerned about traffic because all of the traffic going down to the academy, traffic gets really backed up between Mountain View Elementary traffic and the academy traffic trying to get their kids to and from school. So that's going to be a major problem with adding more traffic for all of these units. The height and the aesthetics of the units is going to be a problem. And then my understanding is the drainage from the property is going to feed into the canal. And I don't know if anybody saw the water levels when we had those rainstorms in August, but they already almost flooded. So that's going to add even more water into the canal and causing more flooding risk. I'm also worried, like others, of crime rates. I do like what Steve said about hopefully decreasing some crime because there is some crime already over there, but rentals can increase crime rate. We've seen that here in Broomfield with the increase in rentals. But our police force is already depleted. They constantly have openings, so we don't have enough police force as it is, and we're going to add more units. Plus, they're already building more units further south on 120th. So we're constantly building upwards more dense properties, but we don't have the police force to accommodate for the increased population. Okay, I think that's all I had. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Alexis Garcia. You have 3 minutes, Alexis.
Hi, everyone. This is Alexis. I live in Columbine Meadows. I recently purchased my home last year, and part of the reason was looking at the zoning that existed on that lot. I was under the assumption that that was a commercial or senior space to be developed. So the changing in zoning is concerning to me. One of the other things that's concerning to me is the for rent nature, to echo what a lot of other people have said here. One of my primary concerns is that after this property is developed, if it's developed, the property owner, the property manager, I know switches. That's the nature of large rental properties like that. So any promises made by this developer, by this property manager, go out the window after a couple of years, and we're subject to the constant revolving door of whoever owns this property going forward. I have a 2-year-old. The concern about school crowding, additional students is a big concern of mine. One of the reasons I chose Broomfield out of all the places in the metro area is because of the quality of life, the quality of schools. So that is also of concern to me. And from an urban planning perspective, because this parcel sits adjacent to the large open space, I do think it's a missed opportunity from an urban planning standpoint to not incorporate mixed use zoning here, to be able to build on top of what exists already on that commercial strip and add some opportunities for other commercial businesses to benefit from the additional density of this development. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that there is another caller being screened right now, but then it not, looks like they're being screened right now. But if the developer would like to start addressing any of these comments and questions, we can, once this should be screened any minute. If you want to wait. How fast can we do this?
Thank you for everyone's comments. We appreciate that. I think the first question was on rental price. So working with Griffiths Blessing in our internal analysis, it's looking from 3,200 to 3,400 a month.
Okay.
So we're seeing in the marketplace currently for 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath, 2-car garage, and 2-bed, 2.5 bath, 2-car garage. So that checks that off.
If you want to just pause, we'll go ahead and take the one last caller, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, so Leanne, you are live and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I apologize, I signed on late, but I'm a teacher. And so of course I'm thinking about what it would look like if there's been a study or an idea of how many students this might add to our schools. Most of our schools are already overcrowded. And I think that's something that we really need to consider about, the quality of education that we want to be providing students. And it's really just not feasible when schools are overcrowded. I also agree that I think the density is a problem. I am for affordable housing, but I would be interested in what the price point is. Like, is it actually going to be affordable to people? I just think this needs to go back for more review before it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue, please.
All right, so that's the rental price projections and targets. There was a question about the two roadways in. We're actively working on a joint maintenance agreement with the owner of the strip mall. That way, if there does need to be upgrades or updates to those two roadways in, given the increased traffic, we'll have an agreement hammered out to be able to improve those roads. Some of these I'm going to turn over to Jeff in a second. Let me make sure I get the ones that. In regards to talking about property maintenance, so I mentioned that earlier in my introduction, but how we staff and maintain these properties, they're turnkey solutions. Residents aren't mowing their lawns, they're not watering their lawns. We've got maintenance staff on site, we've got snow blowers on site, we've got outside, people coming in to mow, keep everything clean. And we want to keep our properties as pristine as possible to achieve, the best living environment for our residents. So to answer that question, that's top of mind and super important for our team to make sure that our operating staff on site keeps the place in great standing. I think that's all from my end. Jeff, did you want to jump in and talk about some height and setback stuff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll try to pick this out here. There was questions or concerns about the height. Understand the current PUD, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong. It's a 35-foot maximum height currently. What we would like is 40 foot and not to add another story, but to add the ability to articulate, right? To add visual interest to the buildings, to add difference between one fourplex and another fourplex on site. That allows us that flexibility to do those kinds of things. It wouldn't add another story. So it's not like we add another window, right, in that extra 5 feet. It just allows us that ability to design a little bit nicer, a little bit better. The question, I think it was Jen Sellers that asked about the street connections. We aren't proposing any street connections to the east or to the north. It's all coming out to Lowell. And of course, mentioned in my presentation that we're trying to find another access point out of that north side a little bit for fire access. Obviously, just another connection that have people not coming from the west through the development, especially on the south side to the east to access Lowell. Prairie dogs, we've obviously heard both sides of the prairie dogs tonight. We will mitigate per Broomfield standards. That's the goal. And that's what we would definitely have to do. So that's what we're committed to. There was a quick concern of the floodway out front. Obviously it's a floodway. It runs full at certain big events, big storm events. The detention pond, the stormwater coming off of our property will be detained first in the detention pond. What that means is that big storms get caught in the pond, get held in the pond, and then released at a controlled rate. So we're not going to add a bunch of pavement and then add a bunch of runoff into that floodway. That's not calculated and safe for Broomfield standards as well. Did I miss any? Did we miss any? Maybe it's a good point just to make too, that the plan that you see was a concept, right? It was a test fit. We trying to see what we can do with the land, get the good feedback from everyone here. So adding more pedestrian connectivity, for example, is something we can listen to and provide in a revised plan. Those are the kind of things that we like to hear about because it's the real human experience, right? Brad wants to apply that real human experience to his development, to the development to make it work and operate and thrive. So if we missed any, holler again and we'll come back up.
Oh, council will let you know if you miss it. I know this
Fantastic.
group. All right. Well, thank you very much. Well, now we'll move on to council member questions and comments. Councilmember Marsh Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing forward this development. This is close to my home. I live in Brandywine also. So obviously of interest to my family. I wanted to point out one thing, just some of the comments on the schools. In our staff memo, Adams 12 did sign off on this project. Anticipated that it would only add 16 elementary school students. And, you know, that's a concern to me. Obviously, my children, my daughter's 7, she's a 2nd grader at Mountain View. So, and my son is 3, so he will be soon. So I'm hopeful that this won't be a problem for Mountain View. I did have a couple of questions for staff to start off with. One is on the buses. My understanding that RTD no longer, they've canceled the route on Midway, correct?
Councilmember, I actually don't have that answer with me. We can get an answer for you.
Awesome.
I think it was not restored after it was canceled during the pandemic. So, yeah.
Let's see.
Wait, he's our resident.
That's the
RTD
RTD
driver.
operator. Yes, the 128 is not being brought back as of yet. I know at some point in the system optimization plan, it's supposed to, but that is going to be years down the
Yeah, that's what I
road.
thought. So the only access for public transportation for these facilities is for somebody to walk all the way down to 120th. Is that correct?
That would be correct based
Okay.
on the closest route. Yes, sir.
FlexRide should.
Or
be listed
FlexRide,
as
FlexRide,
a
okay.
Service area.
And the other question I had for staff is, some of the emails that I received was regarding the prairie dogs. Obviously, that's been a concern. Just for sake of argument, if the city wanted to purchase this land, assuming the property owner, sold to us and make it open space or a park or something to conserve the prairie dogs, what would that likely cost the city?
Councilmember, I think you see Jeff Romine stepping forward. I'll let him take that answer.
I gave him a heads up that I was going to ask.
And I'm going to do this. I don't know if this will elicit any humor, but nevertheless, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Yes, the council member let me know ahead of time that he was going to look at possibly consider this. While Kristen is here and can talk specifically about this particular, whether this fits in, the land prices generally are going to be about $10 to $15 per square foot, or roughly what I would say is about $450,000 to $600,000 per acre. And council members, this is a 7.21 acre site. So it'd be roughly $3.25 to $4.5 million is what it would probably cost in the open market. I'm not saying they're willing to sell. I'm not saying any of that, but to just give you a ballpark, you'd want to say around $3.5 to $4 million.
Okay, thank you. And then some questions for the developer. Why are you offering only rental products and not for sale? I mean, the townhome market is definitely something that we lack in Broomfield. We have a lot of multifamily, so we need the townhomes, but we also need for sale versus rent. So why are
And we do both, right? The local homes platform, the 2,000 homes referenced earlier are all for sale. I run the multifamily or build to rent townhome community platform. We just find that between interest rates, entry to housing is so high at this point. We want to give a community where people can afford to live and be proud of where they live without being in possibly a stacked multifamily situation. So that gives them or maybe they don't have the 60,000 to put down, 10% down payment on the median home price in the area, right? Or given the current climate, they don't want to dispose of any cash, right? So they want a nice family-friendly neighborhood to live in without, that large down payment. And at this point, with interest rates being over 7%, our rents are beneath what that $600,000 house would sell for.
So is this something, I understand that. Is this something that you could possibly bring forward a mix of products? Or is it something, are you focused only on rental at this point?
Well, at this point, focused mainly on rental. It's
Okay.
not a large enough community. Communities where we see for sale and for rent are typically, 200 plus lots. So the size of the community kind of limits our ability to do that.
Okay. And so the question is going to come up more on affordability, I'm sure. But $3,200 to $3,400 a month is not anywhere close to affordable under anything that I've seen. So are you going to provide any affordable units in this development, or is it all going to be the cash in lieu?
Currently, it's all the cash in lieu.
What do you anticipate an income for somebody to be able to afford that rent?
$34 month rent, $80,000 a year combined family.
Okay. I think that's definitely going to be a concern for me and from some of my colleagues. I'm anticipating. On the height and we've heard some feedback from the neighbors that live right along that corridor. And something I've heard before from different developments. Is that something where you're looking at maybe decreasing the height of those buildings that are that row that's just to the east of your lot? So maybe drop those down to 2-story lots?
We're also contemplating, and Jeff mentioned earlier from early comments from the planning department, to move around. We had the park space kind of centralized in the project, shifting that to the east to provide even a bigger buffer between any residents and the neighborhood.
Okay. And I also saw that you have the pictures show a bunch of trees along that trail. Obviously trees take time to grow. So what is your plan for as far as fast growing foliage to be able to block some of those sight lines?
That'd be a question for Jeff. I couldn't answer that. I'll talk about the architecture point or landscape.
So we have a couple of competing interests with regard to landscaping. And something to consider, right? We have to choose from the approved plant list within Broomfield. And I'm going to speak a little out of turn, but the fast growing plant life typically isn't something that you find on our approved plant list. And then the other part of that is the things that grow fast usually take a lot of water. So we're trying to balance those. If I hear you correctly, though, it's the buffer, it's the shielding, it's the kind of opacity between the two, right? To kind of block the view corridors. And maybe there are some other solutions for that outside of trees that grow fast and take a lot of water and then die young. So.
Okay. And then just a couple overall comments. I want to encourage you to make sure that you are looking at the parking issues, the traffic issues coming out of those lots, because that's something that's going to be a big thing. Lowell is busy. Make sure that is thing. And then just overall, I understand that this lot is going to be developed, and I understand that we need something there. Empty open space, as Steve mentioned, doesn't necessarily serve the community. But my preference would be a mixed use development in this facility. The tax base, both for the city, is better for a mixed use facility. And I think it just fits with that community, right? We already have that little commercial strip right there. So an overall mixed use development, I think, would be a better fit there. But obviously I'm not a developer and I'm not the property owner, so I can't dictate that. But I am looking forward to see what you bring forward in the future. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the developer for bringing this presentation today. I also want to thank the community for coming out and giving their inputs. And just want to remind everyone that this is only a concept review, and we don't necessarily invite these presentations. This is a property owner or a developer who has an idea, and they're bringing it forth for comments today. So just keep in mind, we didn't necessarily invite this. This is something that someone's proposing. So I will say that, this is not saying a whole lot, I guess, but this is probably the best thing that I have seen so far in my 7 years for this property. But I do have a lot of concerns. The first one I'll start with, I think, is what Councilmember Holshin just mentioned, and this was also included in the first part of the packet, that the loss of tax revenue to the city is a big concern. $200,000 a year, that's a hit to our budget, and we see this a lot in a lot of proposals lately, and they all add up. 200,000 here and there ends up to being a big hole in our budget. So, I would prefer this to be a commercial development. I would prefer this, at the very least, as what Councilmember Holshin mentioned, maybe some sort of a mixed use development, but something that would, make up for the lost tax revenue. So that's a big number one. Number two, certainly concerned with the density, particularly closer to the residential neighborhood to the east. I do like the idea of more buffering, somehow to do that. I am concerned with the height too. The max height, I was told, I think in the presentation, was 35 feet. And if that's accurate, how high is 35 feet even? I'm just kind of curious. Is that 3 stories?
Councilmember, the maximum in the PUD allowed right now is 35 feet, and that would be a 2-story home.
It'd be a 2-story home.
Yes.
Okay. So I would be very hesitant to approve anything higher than what's already allowed in the PUD. Particularly anything that's going to be close to the eastern edge and the neighboring facilities, neighboring homes. It'd be great, as Councilmember Holshin mentioned, if these were for sale versus rentals. That $3,200 price tag, I'm not sure I could afford that right now. And quick math in my head, I'm just thinking if these were townhomes and they were for sale, it'd probably be cheaper or pretty close to the same mortgage payment than what their rental payment would be. And I do think from what we've heard recently, for sale townhomes is something I think we are lacking in this community, sort of that less expensive than a full single family detached home, but maybe a little higher end than a condo. So I would encourage you, if you're going to move forward with something residential, maybe look at for sale versus rental. One question I do want to have, I don't know if staff can answer this or not tonight, but this was brought up by a number of the residents, and this was in rental communities, increased crime. And I really was wondering what the statistics were for that. When we do have rental communities in Broomfield, do we see higher crime rates?
That'd be something we'd have to follow up on.
Okay, that's I didn't see the chief in attendance here today, so.
She is also sick.
Oh.
Oh.
So I would be interested to have that information though, because that was brought up by, I think many of the residents. So it'd be good to know what the facts were on that one. And last comments, I would like to see more green space too. Just looking at that, it seemed to be a lot of housing, a lot of cement, not a lot of greenery. So I'd like to see a bigger park area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next is Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my first thing that I do want to just point out is in regards to the relationship between crime rates and density. I did a number of searches and briefly read a few peer-reviewed articles, and there isn't a very high correlation between the per capita increase in density and crime rates. Usually commercial developments, in particular, like late night operating such as liquor stores or gas stations, tend to have a much higher correlation with crime rate increases. So I just want to kind of dispel that myth that density equals more per capita crime, because it kind of doesn't. So I just want to start off with that. And then my second thing that I wanted to point out was in regards to the developer's response to how much someone would need to make to afford to live here. You'd actually need to make $120,000 to afford that $3,400 rent to do roughly a third of your income. And that's pre-tax income. The only other thing that I'm going to really emphasize is I do wish, well, I like the density. I wish it was actually denser development. I do wish there was either for sale or or some affordability, because that is something we're sorely needing, and $3,400 a month, quite frankly, is not affordable in any capacity. That's all I have for the time being.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, this is a very difficult piece of property, which is why it probably hasn't been developed this long, because it's really hard to love what's being proposed here, and it's largely due to what the limitations of the property itself. I did have one question, because the one gentleman mentioned he bought his house because he looked at the zoning and what was proposed for this property, and that resonates to me. I think we need to be as loyal to that as we can. There was a proposal, I think, several years ago, maybe 4 years ago, for an senior citizen type facility. Do we know what, it was rejected, is my understanding, by the council. Do we know what the case was there?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. Yeah, it was approximately 4 years ago, and it was a cooperative senior living project, and it was denied by council.
That was a height issue?
Yeah, the height, there are some concerns with the proximity of that pedestrian trail to the adjacent homes, but the height was the main issue.
Obviously, it'd be, I think, better considering all the problems here with traffic and access, which in that corner is just very hard to overcome, I think, if we held out for something that had a much lower density like a senior facility, which we need as much as we need more rentals. I also wanted to echo Councilmember Ward's calculations. For $40,000 a year in rent, you need at least 120,000, not 80. Maybe you were counting by bedroom. Ideally, you'd make 160,000 a year to afford that rent, which kind of goes back to the issue of, I know some people brought up rentals and crime. Obviously, that's higher affluence tends to reduce the level of crime. But I would just wanted to know, there has been the research I've seen about rentals and crime, that the correlation tends more to do with how well the facility is managed. If it's poorly managed, crime tends to go up. If it's well managed, you don't see a distinction necessarily in crime. So that would be the issue of concern there. I also wanted to echo my concern about affordability. Cash in lieu, and I mentioned this in an earlier meeting, tends to mean, the money goes to our housing authority, but it means years before we see actual affordable housing. And I'd really rather we hold developers to provide affordable housing so we have it now when we need it. I also wanted to note, we do need rentals, but it's just part of the whole crunch. We don't have enough housing to buy. We don't have, therefore, more people are renting because they can't afford to buy, and then the rental rates go up. So related to that, I think if we're going to enforce our housing inclusive ordinance, we need to just enforce it. I did want to just ask if we could address again the traffic. I'm having trouble seeing how we would manage the entrance with only 2 entrances to this facility onto Lowell. I think your concept called for adding on to Midway, possibly at some point. Did I mishear you?
Could you please come to the podium for the record? The people at home can't hear.
Yeah, no current proposal to Punch a Drive to Midway right now.
That the cost issue, or was there an issue with adding traffic onto Midway at that point?
The ditch or the floodway does pose a problem to cross. And I think that the traffic count, the traffic study would support the 2 access approach to Midway, or to Lowell rather. That's how we were proceeding doing some preliminary calculations.
Without lights, just with signage at that one, the entryway closest to the senior housing.
Yeah, correct. The northernmost access drives to Lowell's are right in, right out only. So that keeps that safe as its proximity to Midway. And then the one on the south is full motion. Wouldn't expect it to meet a warrant to put a signal in.
Okay. And one last quick question before my time's up. Someone asked earlier that who maintains the roads in that development, the shop at, I think people called it. So if anybody's been in there, the roads are terrible. So I don't know who owns and maintains that. Thank you.
Do you know, Mr. Rowe?
Councilmember, those are privately maintained and the applicant noted that they're working through that maintenance agreement should the project move forward.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Lim.
Yes, you stated, the applicant stated that they were going to probably ask for a variance to 40 feet high, and that was for different articulation in the architecture. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so that, Brandon, I think the right way of saying it is that we're amending the PUD. We would request 40 feet instead of 35. And yeah, that's the idea is, and we're not adding a story with that extra 5 feet. It's to give us the design flexibility.
Okay, are there, I'm familiar with another infill development that I didn't vote for, that that asked for a 42-foot high amendment to the PUD. And they were within that 42 feet they are going to put rooftop decks on there. So, I mean, you have no intention of putting rooftop decks within that 40 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. This is, I think, for staff. So we've been engaged in conversations with council for development on the southwest corner of that intersection, with trying to put commercial there also. So this may actually be for another party. So I'd like to know a staff opinion. So I understand others saying that we would like mixed use development here on this corner, but we also want commercial on the corner across the street that we've been fighting that battle too at council. So what is the viability on that intersection of actually getting small business commercial on both of those corners, given what's already there in the density that may or may not exist?
Thank you. Again, I'm Jeff Romine, Director of Economic Vitality, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. The viability, it's an interesting, right now, retail, of course, is in a difficult place, and it has been for the last 2 or 3 years. These cycles run through. And so right now, of course, there is a high demand, as you all know, from the number of proposals you've seen over the last 3 to 4 years for residential, both for sale and increasingly for rental. So that's what the market is literally telling you. And you are hearing that coming through with concept review after concept review. There is an opportunity. We have talked roughly right before the pandemic, actually, we're working with a restaurant group that was looking on the southwest corner as a possibility. Unfortunately, because of COVID and because of the slowdown that occurred, they did not proceed forward. We have also engaged in occasional conversations about mixed use or commercial development in this location as a partial solution to it, which might be a rehab also of the existing strip area. That has not produced anything at this point, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it won't at some point in the future. So to suggest that it's going to come in the next 2 years, very unlikely. As you have heard from a number of our partners at Baseline, at Macerich, and Broomfield Town Square, they see the retail market being strong. They see neighborhood retail markets being strong, but it's likely several years away. 3 to 4 years is what we have heard. And I think we've shared with council through their own words, not even necessarily staff. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. I agree that it would be much preferable to have the units included and not have the cash in lieu for our housing ordinance. And I guess my other comment is I noted in the memo that staff said that they were talking with the developer on sustainability elements. And I would encourage that conversation to go forward. I'm pleased that the developer apparently agreed to adhere, as they should, to the EV ordinance that we have passed. But certainly the staff's comments that they will continue to talk about energy efficient HVAC systems or even electrification conversation would be great to go forward as far as sustainability goes. So thank you. Those are my comments and questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. We live in a beautiful place that a lot of people want to live. You know, Broomfield and the Denver metro area are growing, and you know, I've lived here my whole life. I've seen the community change a lot, and you know, the reason housing is so expensive is we have more people here than we have housing. So usually when I'm looking at a residential tract, I support density and developments that are really nice looking, just like this one. But I do have some concerns, you know, to keep that high quality of life here in Broomfield. We got to be mindful of the financial ramifications of approving changes of use, whenever they come up. So I've got real reservations on this financial impact. $200,000 a year in negative tax revenue to the city compared to our financial plan is significant. And I'm not sure that for rent condos are a reason for me to risk the city's financial health, despite thinking it's a beautiful project that, you know, could fit really well in our community and help maybe bring down the cost of housing overall in our community by trying to meet that market demand. But it's going to be really hard for me to approve something on a change of use. It really is. Right now, we are really worried about our budgets. We've been hit by the pandemic, and it's concerning long term as a steward of our tax dollars to approve that. I will say to residents, you know, if this is a commercial property, you're gonna have higher traffic counts, you'll have more impacts. If it ends up being a senior living facility, it'll probably be taller. So there's always trade-offs. So if it's not this and it's something else, you know, this is privately held land that will be developed someday. So just be thoughtful about what could end up being there, because I know a lot of things have been proposed here before. So those are my comments. I'm just concerned about the finances, really. It's a big hit to the city's budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this proposal, and thank you for all the people who came in and spoke. I will say this, I said this before, and I'll say it again, you know, when people ask if you don't know who's going to be living behind you as far as rentals go, when my husband was serving in the military and I was a high school teacher, we were renters. So I really want to dispel this whole idea that renters are going to raise crime. There is no empirical data that supports that. And in fact, I will tell you that I moved out of my last house that was owned by someone who used meth. It was actually a meth house, and they owned their house. So I really want to dispel that myth. I do want to, just say of appreciation of making sure that you are attending to those townhomes. We actually do need townhomes in Broomfield. It's actually very difficult to find townhomes in Broomfield. I work with a lot of our immigrant refugees, and they really need to find affordable family townhomes. So I like that idea that you guys are going to be attending to that. What would that look like exactly? You guys touched on that, but what would that look like as far as having a person on site? Can you speak to that?
So a full-time leasing agent in the leasing office at the clubhouse, full-time maintenance, and next to in the clubhouse, there'll be a maintenance shed in reference with the snow blower, paint, light bulbs, and those people will be on staff full-time. And with the apps now, you put in a work order through the app, it's able, it gets checked in and it gets tended to as soon as possible.
Okay, if there's a leak or an emergency as far as a water leak, would there be an emergency number they could call in the middle of the night?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I would like to see more affordability. So if you do move forward with this and you feel confident in this, I would like to have part ownership and part rental. And then if you do ownership, I would like to see more deed restricted affordable housing in that area. I do like the idea of having it be mixed use as well. I even think our surrounding businesses around there could use other surrounding businesses as well. I do have concerns, as well as other council members with the financial impact. So we want to make sure that we are still, not giving up too much of our land, for homes. I will have a question here in a minute for our open space team. So Kristen and you guys, the shared road, that'll be really important to also keep up and make sure that it's maintained and that it's a fair agreement between the parties. And like Councilmember Lynn said, just really working on sustainability. That's very important to Broomfield. So my question is for Ms. Pritz, do we have a place to put the prairie dogs and what does that look like?
Kristen Pritz, Open Space and Trails Director. Right now, our Great Western Open Space relocation site does have room, so the prairie dogs would be relocated to that site. If this project, let's say, doesn't happen for 20 years or something like that, I'm not sure what the situation would be at that point with Great Western. The next step would be to take the animals to a wildlife recovery program. And they're fed to an animal like the black-footed ferret or raptors that are in recovery.
And then who pays for that?
The developer.
Okay. And do we have a proposed cost on that or?
Not at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been thinking about all the things that I agree with my colleagues here and all the issues, and rather than just spew them out again and repeat them all, I think I can conclude it by just saying, I think this is a nice project, needs to be in a different place. So that would be my position on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this short. So a change in use from or a change of mixed use to full residential, that's going to be a hard decision for me if this project does move forward. Yeah, as well as, if this project does move forward, I think a fully for sale project to address the Broomfield housing needs assessment is going to be much more appropriate. I think that, I would want to see the public land dedication be on site. As the community does support the wildlife wildlife aspects that exist on this lot, but also this is a great location for land dedication there. And then the last piece is I would like to see the inclusionary housing ordinance that we are working on currently be held to by the developer. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I will keep these comments very short. Also, I do have a concern with the change in zoning. Every time we see that hit to the long range financial plan at this point, we have a lot of housing coming. So I am not in favor of changing this to fully residential. I would also like to see, this was proposed as a memory care facility. And if I recall correctly, that one that was brought forward a few years ago, it was because of the height. We're talking 60, it was in the memo here, it says 60 feet, where the height allowed here is 35 feet. So I don't know if our staff can elaborate on that, but do we have memory care facilities that are under 35 feet tall? Do we have any that are only 2 stories?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Offhand, I don't have the exact the height in feet, but recent projects that have been improved have been 3 stories tall. So you're looking over 35, 40 feet.
Okay, which might make the idea of having memory care facility or assisted living there not viable with that 35 foot. So if that's the case, then I would prefer that we really took a serious look at mixed use commercial for that site and see if we could come back with something that incorporated both the commercial and the residential, which would make this a much more palatable project. So thank you.
Thank you. Is that everybody for first round? Did anybody else have anything else for first round? Well, I do have a question. And you guys probably know that we are revisiting and updating our inclusionary housing ordinance as we speak. We've already had the first reading. So you favored the cash in lieu with the old inclusionary housing ordinance, which was about 25,000 per unit. but that could double and possibly triple if we pass an immediate adjustment to bring it up to market rate. Would you still be favoring the cash in lieu if it was $2 million?
We'd have to run numbers on that to see the impact financially to the project, but that would be significant. Tripling
Is
in cost.
significant. Right, so that would be just something I'm curious about, because we're actually trying to make this work. And it's hard to ask for us to give up something, which in this case is tax revenue, if we're not getting anything in return. And I think that's kind of what you heard from council. And then with the residents, there's a lot of problems with this property, challenges, but I don't know, do you have anything to add?
No, we've got a lot to go back and discuss. I mean, it was great that everyone came out and gave feedback in the comments and questions. We greatly appreciate that. We want to deliver something that, the community's proud of, we're proud of, and everyone's on the same page. So, in the future, you can drive by and know you made a good decision and we delivered what we promised.
All right, well, thank you all for being with us tonight and for bringing this project
Yeah,
forward.
thank you. Thank everyone for coming.
And thank you all for showing up. What time? Do we have time? Okay, so our second and final concept review item this evening is a proposal for a multifamily residential development with a small retail commercial corner located on the northeast corner of West 120th Avenue and North Perry Street. I'll give people a minute to leave. We'll follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'll continue with Mr. Rowe. Will walk us through the second concept review. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. Could I get the next slide, please? The second concept proposal before you this evening is for a 298 unit multifamily residential development with approximately 18,000 square feet of ground floor commercial retail in one of the buildings. The property owners are Mountain West Capital Partners LLC and Avenue 120 Holdings, and the applicant is Wasatch Residential Group. The project area is generally located on the northeast corner of the intersection of West 120th Avenue and North Perry Street. The project area is crossed by the Nissen Channel, which runs west to east across the southern third of the site. The proposed development is located north of residential units located within the Bradburn development, which is in the city of Westminster. To the west of the project area is a mixture of commercial uses, including a gas station and convenience store, a landscaping business, which includes their outdoor supply yard, a storage facility, and a heavy equipment rental company. There are existing residential neighborhoods to the north and northwest of the project area. To the northwest is the Cimarron Mobile Home Community, and to the north is the Brandywine subdivision. East of the site is an existing medical office and the Cross of Christ Lutheran Church. There are also a number of parcels to the east that are owned by the city and county of Broomfield and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. The project is also west of the Metzger Farm open space. Next slide, please. The property has two zoning designations. The northern parcel is PUD and is governed by the Northwest PUD plan, which was approved in 2013. That PUD and approved site development plan currently allows for 144 multifamily residential units. The southern parcel is zone B2 and allows for commercial uses with very limited residential opportunities. Should this project move forward, the developer would be required to rezone that southern parcel to PUD and incorporate it into that Northwest PUD plan. The property is designated mixed-use commercial in the comprehensive plan. The proposed development is consistent with that comprehensive plan designation. The proposed development is inconsistent with the existing land use assumptions for the full site. The increased residential scale and the change from commercial to residential on the portion of the site will result in a net negative fiscal impact estimated to be $395,000 annually for the full project. Next slide, please. The developers configured the site to place the 10 townhomes along the West 121st Place on the north side of their development. These townhomes are proposed to be 2 stories in height and will provide a transition from the existing single family to the higher density 4-story apartment buildings to the south. The remaining 288 units would be apartments. On the northern parcel, there are 3 of the 5 apartment buildings proposed. On the southern parcel, 2 of the remaining apartment buildings. The proposed development's clubhouse and pool amenities are on the northern parcel. This building on the southwest corner includes the 18,000 square feet of ground floor retail and commercial space that's all contained within that one building. The 2 lots, as previously mentioned, are split by the channel, which limits the opportunity for cross access between the lots. There will be sidewalk improvements provided along Perry Street and West 120th Avenue should the project move forward. And the developer is proposing to incorporate a pedestrian bridge over the channel to connect the 2 lots. That pedestrian bridge may be included in part of the Nissen Channel floodway improvement project that Broomfield is working on with the Mile High Flood District. The southern parcel is conceptually designed to incorporate an access onto West 120th Avenue and one onto North Perry Street. West 120th Ave is a CDOT roadway, so CDOT would need to review and approve any access on that road. The northern parcel would access North Perry Street and West 121st Place. Both lots are designed to provide 2-way traffic and internal circulation. The project area is located within R2D service area. The public land dedication obligation for this development is 13.8 acres in total, of which 25% or 3.84 acres of public lands would need to be dedicated on site. As part of the prior approval in 2013, the developer dedicated 1.6 acres of land, so an additional 2.2 acres would be needed in the future should this move forward. OSTAC discussed the project at its July 20th, 2022 meeting and made a site visit in August to view the site. They provided staff with comments, which were included in the staff memorandum for council to review. Notably, OSTAC is requesting the developer to consider providing a larger on-site dedication beyond the minimum 25%. If the developer chooses to move forward with that minimum on-site dedication, then the estimated cash in lieu payment to satisfy the remaining obligation would be approximately $557,000. Next slide, please. As previously noted, the project is adjacent to the floodplain and floodway. Most of the site is covered with some level of floodplain. Broomfield and the Mile High Flood District have a joint planned project to make channel improvements to the Nissen Channel. That is currently in the design process and is anticipated to take approximately 3 to 5 years to complete. Following the completion of that project, the flood map would be revised to reflect the new floodways as improved by the channel improvements. The developer is working with Broomfield's floodplain manager, but moving forward, this development would be limited in timing for development of the site based on that floodplain and floodway. Next slide, please. Again, as part of the conceptual plans, this applicant also provided preliminary elevations and perspectives of the development. Those images are provided on this slide, and the applicant can discuss the specific architecture when they provide their presentation as well. Next slide, please. Again, to staff's best knowledge, the public notice requirements were met. Staff identified 2 key issues as part of this application as well. One being the inconsistency with the sub-area plan and the zoning. For that southern parcel, the rezoning would result in that negative impact of the financial plans. And additionally, public land dedication was identified as a key issue, just as OSTAC is seeking a greater density of or greater dedication on site of open space. And it's unclear how much public land dedication would be provided at this time based on the conceptual plans. This concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is here to make a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please come to the podium and identify themselves for the record before beginning your brief presentation this evening?
Council members and Mayor, Adam Langford, Wasatch Residential Group, 620 South State Street, Salt Lake City, Utah. Thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate this type of a process where we get feedback from council and the residents. This is very helpful before we engage in full engineering and architecture. And thank you for your time this evening. I want to be brief to be respectful of your time, but I want to be thorough. This is my second time before you in this process. But I'm happy to take as much time and answer as many questions as needed. So like I said, I'm with Wasatch Residential Group. We are a development company. We're also a general contractor, and we do our own property management and asset management. So that's important to us. We hold our communities long-term. A lot of our communities we've had since the 80s when we started. As far as property management goes on a project like this, you'd have 7 to 8 on our team, including maintenance, a community manager. We do things like cooking classes and Super Bowl parties. We also have an app where you have a 3-hour work request. If there's a light bulb that needs to be changed, you can get on the app and within 3 hours we come and we fix that. I do want to mention that we own both pieces of property. We closed on the south piece a couple of years ago. The group that had that before us was a retail developer, and I think they came through the city, but they ended up dropping the piece. The property owner is also a retail developer, and they had owned that piece of land since the 70s, but we are currently the owners. So next slide, please. Okay, so I just wanted to walk through the site really quickly. On the north end, we've got 10 townhome units. They're 2 stories with a flat roof. So they're about, excuse me, they're about 28-ish feet tall. You can see number 1 there is what those townhomes conceptually would look like. And then moving south, you've got 58 plexes. They're 4 stories with elevators, garages on the back side, and a courtyard on the ground floor on the front side. The previous plan that was approved, those were 3 stories with a roof. These are 4 stories flat. So I had, I can show you on another slide, but I had the architect do a measurement, and there's only about 6 inches difference between a 4-story with a flat and a 3-story with a pitch. Number 2 there is those 58 plexes. Like Brandon mentioned, we've already given a large portion in open lands. I think it's called here, different municipalities call it differently, but all the trees and all of that along the Neeson Creek are part of this land dedication that we've already given. So moving south on that south piece where the Neeson Creek is, there's another 1.5 acres that we would give to the city. We have been working with the Public Works and Rebecca Baker on that design and how that would look for floodway and the realignment of the creek that's going to be done by Broomfield. So the south piece, I think, is what there was a lot of comment from the council and the community last time. Last time on the south end, we had 2 of those 58 buildings and a separate retail pad on the corner. And so what we did this time is we've designed an entirely new building for that corner of Perry Street and 120th. And also there was a comment about maybe having more of the units up against that new Neeson Creek open space channel with the trails and everything. There is the City Creek channel comes across at an angle, and so that's why that building is moved back. It can't sit on top of that pipe, but also it kind of, that was a great idea. So now the courtyard of that building will look out onto that open space along with people's balconies. I wish I had a clicker, but it's that on the south, it's the right building that's pushed back. So I wanted to walk through a couple images. If you can jump to, let's see, slide number 6. So this is the building that we've been working on for the corner of 120th and Perry Street. So there's actually about 18, I mean, it's approximate because the building's not designed yet, but about 18,000 square feet that would sit on either end of that building. So there's retail on the corner, and then there's retail on the other end where there's more parking opportunities. The idea would be that some of the shoppers here would be from our community, but the reality is that there needs to be parking. There will be people that will drive here. So on the other end, we do have parking next to that retail component, but we really wanted to get a look and feel with a larger building up against 120th, maybe something similar in scale to what's across the street with Bradburn. The overbuild on top of the retail provides a lot of deck and balcony space that could be private or semi-private. It could be amenity space for the residential. And then if you go back to that previous slide, which I think is slide number 2. So do you mind if I come up and point just real quick? Okay. So this here is the building that we pushed back with the courtyard. This is the mixed use building, 8,000 square feet of retail. And outdoor areas with a really strong architectural presence.
You have to promise me.
It doesn't work on that screen.
Oh, shoot, it
We've
doesn't.
tried. I know. I don't know why it doesn't work on that screen. It works everywhere else.
This is the magical screen, how it doesn't work. So that's my overview for the project and the changes that we did on the south end. So I am happy to answer any questions or come back up.
Well, wonderful. Thank you for that. And we're going to move on to other interested parties for comments, starting with our other boards and commissions members. If the Land Use Review Commission and Open Space and Trails Committee members want to come up to the podium, we're so happy you're here.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jennifer Mickelson from Land Use Review Commission. I wanted to point out that there's some positives in this submission compared to the one that we just looked at. I wanted to point out that mixed use is something that we've all been trying to encourage. However, I'd like to encourage more of the mixed use. I could see more mixed use in the building to the east. And I can even see more like Bradburn mixed use in the buildings that are to the north. So yes, the commercial, I appreciate that impact. I still find $395,000 a year in financial impacts to the city to be pretty overwhelming. It's hard to swallow. Even though it's better than the last one, it still is apartment buildings. I appreciate that there was some effort put into the open space and trying to deal with the floodplain. And I'm also concerned about the price of housing, the price of these units, and are they going to be, $3,500? And is that really obtainable for anyone who really lives in this city? Another concern I have is moving housing close to, like, right on to 120th and the hearing, the noise pollution that the residents would have to live with. And even if you had rooftop spaces where residents were expected to enjoy themselves on top of those commercial spots, I find it hard to believe that that would be very enjoyable. It would have to be pretty protected in order to be enjoyable. Again, big picture, not a big fan of bringing more apartments to Broomfield right now. We've already stated many times, everybody, what our needs are and in the community. And this only fulfills part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Michael McLean with OSTAC. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Once again, I know you can all read our statement about what we were looking for in the way of open space. We'd really like to see satisfied more in the 5 to 6 acre on-site perspective. You also have on page 14, 7 specific items that we also wanted to make sure were highlighted. Most of them revolve around the Nissen Channel and the fact that it's going to be sandwiched by this development should it go through as is. And there's a lot of concerns that we are highlighting there. One of the other things that we normally would like to have reviewed, but frankly, we can't. The plan, we get this is a concept review, but the plan doesn't have enough detail for us really to understand circulation patterns and things of that nature, how anything would get back and forth, what the impact would be to the wildlife along the Nissen Channel. Let alone a clear concept of, are we really following what they're suggesting is the public land dedication? So a lot of different concerns that we have just in that respect. If this were to go through, we'd also like to see a lot more trees and buffering done along the bordering so that the housing that is currently to the north on 121st Street, as well as along Perry, can be softened by these tall buildings that are going to be there. Understanding that that's still a 20-year issue, but at least let's get it started and make sure that there's a lot of density there with the trees and sidewalks. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Any other commissioners?
Fred Weiss, Land Use Review Commission. Still need inclusionary housing. That's similar subject or similar topic to what it was the last time. They're still proposing an in lieu of payment. And I think in order to achieve our need for affordable housing, in lieu of payments need to go away and more things need to be built. The retail at the front is 18,000 square feet, where the last time was going to be, I think, a 5,000 square foot building. Having been in the retail business for a long time, I think one of the things is access. And I think since that's a state highway, the CDOT piece of that puzzle, I think, is an important part, because that's really the only southern access point to that retail. And I think that speed limit certainly, I don't know exact, I think it is a speed limit 50 on, okay. So, and they can, if they start at 120th and Lowell, by the time they get to this development, they build up a substantial amount of speed. And I think that access point to the south is important, along with signage, because if retailers don't have signage and people that are driving by can see the retail, they're already past it by the time they realize retail is there. And I don't think the amount of people that are going to live there in the area are going to be enough to sustain 18,000 square feet of retail. And I guess the rental idea, the 32 to 3,400 for the other place, and this is going to be, I think, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhomes are going to be a similar rental structure, and that the question of affordability really comes into question. And once again, it's all rental units, and it would seem to me that at least the 10 townhomes that are in one end of the property would seem to be an ideal place to offer for sale, not rental. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other boards and commission members? Right, then next is public comment. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. And if there's several, you can go ahead and line up and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Victoria Green. I live in the Brandywine subdivision. You know, that parcel used to be the North Star Drive-In And I think that there really isn't a need for it any longer, but it was a great idea and was a lot of fun. Anyway, I strongly oppose the proposed development of this parcel being considered in this hearing because the area cannot accommodate a population explosion and the current transportation infrastructure will not support the additional vehicles. There are two communities affected by this project. Brandywine subdivision and Cimarron Village Trailer Park. The population explosion. Currently, Brandywine has 308 homes with a population of approximately 1,232 humans. And the Cimarron Village has approximately 296 mobile homes with a population of approximately 1,200. With the developer's current proposal, the population will increase by approximately 904. I kind of broke it down. These are all approximations. There'll be 10 townhomes. There are three bedrooms, so that would be 40 persons. 96 one-bedroom apartments would be approximately 192 persons. 96 two-bedroom apartments would be 288 persons. 96 three-bedroom apartments would be approximately 384, for a total of 904 persons plus 298 vehicles if each tenant has one. The current transportation infrastructure in this area will not and cannot accommodate 298 additional vehicles because the streets are already overburdened by the number of vehicles that exist between the Brandywine subdivision and Cimarron Village residents. Also, residents of Cimarron Village only have one exit entrance to their trailer park. That is via Perry Street. They also use the west side of Perry Street for overflow parking. Anyway, anyway, what I'd like to say is it would be nice to see a map because there is an issue regarding the stoplights in just a little over a half mile. There are 3 right now. And to accommodate this development would mean that we would need another access or another stoplight.
For you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Well, we know 120th Avenue is a main thoroughfare for many who travel westbound to Highway 36. But if you're traveling eastbound to I-25, the residents of Brandywine and Cimarron Village only have one option, and that is via Lowell Boulevard, which has a stoplight. The other exit is at Perry Street, but it has a right turn only lane to go westbound. So those are only 2 axes. It has 120th Avenue has 3 stoplights within a short distance, a 1/6 of a mile or a little over half a mile. And that is one at Vrain, where's Walmart, one at Bradburn, where the Chick-a-Flick. I always say Chick-a-Flick, Chick-fil-A.
I did want to let you know, you actually have 30.
And then one at Lowell.
I know, you have 30 seconds left. We didn't
Oh,
start
okay,
your clock
okay.
on time, so want to wrap
Okay.
up your thought.
And then also the speed limit is 50 miles per hour. You know, could an additional stoplight be installed at Perry Street? I don't think so. Okay, the developer of the project did not consider that the added population of 904 who want to travel eastbound on 120th will significantly increase the volume of vehicle traffic that's already has access to Lowell Boulevard. Again, I strongly oppose this proposed project because the area cannot and will not accommodate 904 residents and their vehicles. I believe that there will also be an increase in crime because they are rental units. What I would like to
Please
happen.
wrap up though, your time has
Okay,
expired.
what I would like to happen is the parcel is to be turned into a park with a picnic area and playground for the children of Brandywine and Cimarron Village communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Collection of pins.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maritza Torres, and I bought a home just about a year and a half ago in Brandywine. I live right on the corner of 121st and Cherrywood. So my house is directly, the right side of my home faces this empty lot. I was here one of the last meetings that were held to talk about this topic. And at that point, I was strongly opposed. It was very helpful to be here for the other project that was being proposed down Lowell. And so not totally against what's been, modified and proposed tonight, because one of the reasons why we moved to Broomfield and specifically that the neighborhood that we're in now is all of the shopping center on 120th and the access that we have to it. We can walk there. And so I'm excited to see that that's part of the proposal. One of the biggest concerns that I have is when I am outside and my little one's playing, there's so much traffic right on 121st. So it's very, very difficult for me to imagine more units and even just more traffic and how and that may impact safety for our children and for the people. There's a lot of pedestrians that walk through there. There's a lot of high school students, middle school students. And so that's one of my biggest concerns. I'm also a social worker, so I would advocate for affordable housing. I know that not many families that live in Broomfield, especially in the Cimarron Village, are able to afford a home. And so if there are apartments or condos or any other housing, I would want them to be affordable and for people to be able to live in a good community and still be able to afford that. I would want my son to be and grow up in a neighborhood that's not just economically diverse, but also culturally diverse. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Hi, this is Justin Huffman again from Brandywine. I did want to echo a couple of earlier comments. One, especially being the noise. I don't know if you've stood next to 50-mile-an-hour traffic. It is very loud. I do have concerns with that disturbing the residents there who are directly along 120th. I do also have safety concerns, especially concerning traffic. That crossing there at 120th and Lowell does see a lot of traffic, and crossing that as pedestrian can be a little nerve-wracking as it is, and I can see that becoming even more so with the additional traffic that comes with close to 1,000 extra residents there. I do like the that there is mixed use proposals in here. I will echo my earlier comments on the previous project that I would like to see at least some for sale units here. And I do really think it's important that affordable housing is being built instead of just being paid for. I do believe that it is important that Broomfield is open to people of all sorts of incomes, and especially not just those who can make 120,000 plus a year. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Gonna come up with me? Oh, gosh, my husband's a chicken. Behind you.
Oh, are you gonna do an extra 3 minutes? Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Rebecca Sembrot. I live in the Brandywine. My husband and I do. We've been there over 20 years, and our house literally backs up to 121st. So we do get to hear all of that traffic and speeding and all of that goes along. Selfishly, I would really, truly like to turn it into nothing but open space because of how much we truly enjoy Metzger Farms. But I know that's not a realistic expectation to be able to have that. And I feel like Pete and repeat tonight, everything that everybody has said. So I'm sorry to constantly, berate you with the traffic, but it really truly is pretty bad. And we can't even get out of Perry now. We have to go out of onto Lowell to circle around to get on 120th because it backs up so far now. So I do love the idea of the retail space. I think that's kind of cool up there. Maybe not quite as large, and because of the fact that traffic and stopping accidents, I think could definitely happen. But selfishly, I would prefer not to have any apartments or any housing back there at all. Or maybe even look at it as a clubhouse for Brandywine and Crofton Park, and maybe have a pool. Exactly, something like that, because we don't have HOAs, so we don't have anything like that. So thank you all so much for listening to us. I really appreciate you taking our points in consideration for further development of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you are gonna come up.
Chicken.
That's right.
Hi, I'm Bill Sembra. I live in Desert or Broomfield, also on Brandywine. So I just have a couple of quick questions. What's the height? I know it said 40, sorry, is it 40 feet or 45 feet? Or I was just curious, on the flat roofs, are they gonna have party decks on top? Or is it gonna be just flat, no residence access? And that's also, we've talked about this, that traffic is a big concern over there. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Salazar and I live in the Brandywine South neighborhood myself. And like all of my previous neighbors had said, we are very concerned about the traffic. Sorry. About, let's party, everybody. About the traffic. About the traffic in our area. In the previous meeting that we had regarding this proposal, I also brought up the fact that I'm very concerned about the overcrowding in schools. I don't know where Mr. Marsh, I don't know where Adams County is getting these numbers about, oh, we're only going to have 60 new students with this development or whatever. I have no idea where they're getting these numbers, but they're ridiculously low. It's unrealistic that they're only having these so-called, single digit kiddos that are going to be in our schools. My kiddo is in middle school right now and at Westlake. And in his classroom, I think he has about 34 kids on an average. And that's just our community. I know that once again, my kiddo graduated just from Mountain View Elementary, and thankfully last year, because of COVID, kiddos were still doing online learning. So his classrooms were a little small. And I know that we did lose a couple of teachers actually because we didn't have the students that to accommodate those teachers. I am still concerned about the number of apartments that are being built on that, what is it, the north plot, because my house basically backs up to that. I really don't understand how we went from 149 to 389 apartments or 398 or whatever it is. Like our previous lady right here said that, that is going to bring about 1,000 more residents in that small little area. I do like the idea of the mixed use lot in on the south side. But I too am concerned about all the traffic that we have already. And I mean, if you allow that, that's great, but maybe not allow traffic or cars to drive through our neighborhood, because we already have tons and tons of cars that we really need to keep an eye on, because we all have small children, and we don't want to, have any pedestrian accidents or bicyclists or whatever. But that's it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this proposal? Well, I appreciate you all coming down, and there's still time if you're thinking about it. Or are you just taking your jacket off?
We're gonna fight.
All right, we've got a taker.
My name is Xiang, okay? We bought a property in Brandywine for 90 years. I really appreciate developers to have the retailers across 120 streets. This is good. But I really don't like the idea to have any apartment. If you have anything, townhouse or single home to sell, to let people own it, I like it. Otherwise, if you just want, hey, we have 10 townhome and we have 90 or 100 apartments, my answer is no, sorry. Thank you so much for your time, okay? Sorry, I
Thank
just say whatever was in my mind, okay? I don't want to offend anybody, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, then we will allow the applicant to come back and address anything that you heard, answer any questions that were thrown out there.
Thank you. Could we go to my slide number 2, just to have that site plan up? Okay, so let me be brief, but try to be thorough here. We do not do for sale product homes. We don't have salespeople. We do for rent apartment homes. And just on renters really quickly, just because a home is for sale to start with does not mean that somebody can't buy it and turn it into a rental. And then that rental is owned by somebody in another state with no contact, no property management. You get a garage that's full of junk and all kinds of other stuff. So just because something is for sale to start with does not mean that it won't be for rent later on with no management. The other thing I wanted to say quickly about renters is there is a group of people, we call them renters by choice. These are people who want a low maintenance lifestyle. They don't want a yard. They don't want a lawnmower. They lock their door and they go on vacation. So there is a group of people, we call them renters by choice. So on the affordability, we do affordable housing, Wasatch Residential Group. We do, we call it workforce housing, anywhere from 60 to 80% AMI. We do a lot of it along the Wasatch Front in Salt Lake City. I am not the expert on that with my team, but we do have people that do that. And it is just a math problem, right? There's typically a gap in the financing to put those together. So we use community funding and state funding in Utah to fill that gap to provide the affordable housing. I believe the 2 gentlemen in our group already met with the housing committee here. We're happy to look into that some more. But it is just filling in that gap funding. And then as far as, more retail and the residential, that south piece is a tough piece. It's a tough piece. You have the Neeson Creek on it. You've got floodplain. You don't have a lot of depth to it. So we're trying to balance parking plus the uses on there. So it is complicated and we're trying to do the best we can. As far as traffic goes, 40% of the units sit on that south piece. So I just wanted to bring that to light. Out of the 298 units, almost 40% is on that south piece. Traffic is important to us. If that whole south piece was retail, that would produce more traffic. But like we did originally with the north piece, we'll hire a transportation engineer and they can run through the numbers. Originally, when we did that, the level of service for those roads still worked. So that's a great point. We do need to look into that. We need to make sure the roads work, the level of service is there with the units that we're providing. Just a quick point too, the north bigger buildings, there's approximately 260 feet from the north side of those buildings to the north side of the right of way and 121st Street. So there's quite a bit of distance. We really wanted to slide those to the south as far away from those single family homes. And like I said, that's just the right of way. That's not even to the back of houses. And then the building heights, somebody mentioned that. So the 2-story towns are probably 28 to 30 feet. They're flat roof. The stacked flats are about 44.5 feet approximately. There's no rooftop terrace or anything that would include the parapet on top that will screen the AC units and any equipment on the top. But there's no viewing space on either the townhomes or the stacked flats. So I think that was a good comment that was brought up. Happy to answer any other questions, and hopefully I addressed the concerns of the residents and the council.
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to move on to council member questions and comments, and we'll start with council member Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I just want to continue to dispel the myth about the crime versus density. There's not a very strong correlation to it. And I do want to also thank the applicant for also mentioning the fact that people who, when you have for sale units, can buy them and turn them into rentals and not have the same level of accountability that property management companies have. My first question I'm going to go with, I think this is going to be a question for staff, and I think this will be a question for Mr. Romine. They mentioned in the presentation that there was a $395,000 hit to the long-range financial plan. The previous time that this group was before us with roughly the same application, it was only about just shy of 200,000 when I look back. What is causing such a discrepancy, especially since they're increasing the amount of commercial space from 5,000 to 18,000 square feet, dropping like 2 units? Is that really just because of inflation factors?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Councilmember Ward, yes, that's exactly it. If you recall from the previous time to now, back in the summer, we did do a draft revision to the long-range financial plan. So we brought it up to date from the 2020 numbers. And so that created those inflationary aspects based upon the budget characteristics that we saw, as well as the revenue growth that we experienced. So that's that. We talked about that with a couple of other projects. We brought all those up to date, and that's what did create it. So going, I guess, to the root of your question, this project, because of the increased revenue from the retail side, actually is a little bit better than it was before. So don't compare the numbers from the previous concept review to now. It does improve it. It does not, though, make it balanced.
All right, thank you. I guess my next question is, I know there's been some questions about traffic, especially 120th. I know there's a project that we're working jointly with CDOT on for 120th Avenue. Could we get just like a very quick overview as to what safety improvements will look like, transit improvements, walkability, bikeability, et cetera?
Katie Allen, city and county engineers with us tonight.
Good evening, Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Councilmember Ward, we actually have 2 projects going on right now with grant money for 120th. One is what we're calling a sidewalk infill project. And so that one is pretty well far along. We're getting plans. And so that looks to fill in sidewalk gaps along the corridor and at transit stops. The other one is an overall multimodal study that's just getting underway. So I don't really have anything to update there.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that for the applicant, I know you guys talked about how other properties you have, particularly in the Wasatch Range in Utah, you do incorporate workforce housing or affordable housing. Have you guys looked at state and federal grants or other funds that are available to kind of close that gap that is currently present?
Yes, when my other partners went before the Broomfield board, they did contact some other agencies. I think there was a state agency. I don't have all of the detail, but if and when I do come back, I will bring them with me to go through that. But we're happy to meet with that group again, if that's helpful. But yes, I believe they did reach out beyond Broomfield. I'm not sure who that was, but if there's other funding sources, yeah, we'd definitely love to talk to them.
And again, Jeff Romine, and they did, as we were talking to them, that's back when we had the advisory committee. It was referred and they did meet with CHFA, Colorado Housing Finance Authority, and talked to them about the likelihood of this project receiving tax credit funding. At that point, I think they were looking at 4% as a possibility and whether there'd be an enhancement to the 4%. So the gap wasn't fulfilled, didn't feel it could be fulfilled. So they did reach out and do that. As far as what their conclusions were, I'll let them answer that at a future date.
Thank you, Mr. Romine. In terms of just comments, I appreciate the fact that you increased the amount of commercial space from 5,000 to 18,000 square feet from the previous time you were before us. I think though, one of the things that I'd like to see, I know you talked about the balance between parking and other facilities for pedestrian and then having housing and commercial in that. I know you're currently meeting our code with what we have for parking requirements. I would honestly like you to ask for a variance and decrease the amount of parking, especially since our Northwest Area Mobility Study from 2014 suggested 120th Avenue is a possibility for BRT bus service. And we'll be seeing increased improvements for pedestrian and bikeability access along that corridor as well. So I think, you know, you'll be a kind of a trailblazer because most people don't ask for variance, but I think it might be worth your while to look at that. And you might be able to add more units and or commercial space that might help this project overall for us from a financial perspective, as well as hopefully meet the affordability needs that we have. Right now, that's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall-Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions for staff. First of all, the comment was made about Adams 12 and the students. And I'm looking at the memo and it says that this will only generate 27 additional students, 13 elementary, 7 middle school, and 7 high school. And I agree with the resident that that sounds low, significantly low. Do we know how they get those numbers? And
Councilmember,
that come from Adams 12?
It does come from Adams 12. So they have their own methodology for calculating student generation based on unit types. I don't have any more information other than that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other repeated the question from a previous development for Mr. Romine. If we wanted to make this open space and if the developer was willing to sell it to us, what would that cost us, likely estimate?
I'm trying to move faster because I know break is coming. Council members, the rough estimate again is roughly $500,000 an acre, just to give you that sense. Obviously, this isn't about what their price was that they paid or things like that. So therefore, if they did come forward and we tried to purchase the entire property, which is over 15 acres, it would likely be somewhere around $8 million or so. If it was only the southern portion, again, that might be a little bit lower, it might be around $3 million, depending upon what the valuation of those properties are and things like that. The reason why I use that 15 is because if you recall, part of it is they are dedicating and have dedicated certain amounts of the property already. So it would be incorporating that into it also.
And I'm going to throw you a curveball, just a quick question, follow up on that. Do you have any idea what our negative financial plan hit would be if we took the southern parcel and if we bought it for open space rather than commercial that's zoned now?
I don't off the top of my head. We could put that together and provide that information if it were to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Now for the developer, some questions and some comments. First of all, what's the price point of these units? I know you're gonna have a lot more questions on affordability, but I'm just curious to know if you give us the estimate.
I don't have any type of rents. If I was to pull something, I'm saying we have 1, 2s, and 3s in the stacked flats, and then the towns, we have 2s and 3s. So if I'm looking at kind of across the board in other states and what we do, I would say 1,800 up to maybe 25 to 28, depending on the finishes. We do fireplaces and things like that. You know, if it's 2-car garage on the towns, things like that.
Okay. And then just the parking lot you have right on 120th, that's on the southeast portion of the thing. What's the size of that lot?
Southeast. Okay. The mountains are on the other side here in Colorado. South by the building that's pushed back.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the size of it?
What's the size of the lot? I know the open space committee was talking about wanting more land dedication on site. So what would that, just out of curiosity, that lot, how much space is that roughly?
Well, I like acreage wise, depth, I would have no idea.
Okay.
Maybe, I mean, that south piece all together is maybe 5 acres. So maybe a half acre, maybe less. I'm not, maybe we could pull it up. We could look at it.
I was just curious. But
Yeah, you had, you know, I don't even remember if there's 2 drive aisles, but they're, you know, 24 feet wide plus a stall is 18. Yeah, it's probably, I mean, you probably have a depth of 100 in there.
All right.
From the right of way to that building.
Okay. And I have a blunt question for you. You've come to us and asking us to allow you to build here to be a good neighborhood partner. Why haven't you taken care of the building that's on from the old drive-in theater? That's been an eyesore for years. Neighbors have had to paint it because people put graffiti on it. Why haven't, up to this point, you haven't taken care of that since you own the property?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Honestly, because we have been unsuccessful in finding somebody that will give us the attention to come out and demo something that small. Our idea has always been that we demo that when we do construction of the whole site. We do own other communities here. We don't have a big presence. And as you know, the market is very hot and has been in Denver. So to get somebody to pay us the attention to come, we just were notified by the city, I think 9/22, 9/23, we went out there and painted it. That we've got a gentleman in our office, that's all he's doing. He's working with Brandon Murray. When there's graffiti, we go out and paint it. We keep the weeds down. We're trying to do the best we can, but honestly, that's where we're at with that.
Okay. So just some general comments. The northern lot.
Yes.
I don't have significant concerns with that development, except for the traffic that many residents have brought in. As I mentioned, I live in Brandywine, just
Okay.
on the other side of the park, from the south, Brandywine South.
Okay.
And so I know that, I mean, my family and I walk through there, and I know that the traffic coming off Cimarron Village and from the Brandywine South onto 121st is a problem. So the traffic is going to be an issue with this development. So, but that's my only main concern on the southern or the northern lot.
Okay.
The southern lot, I appreciate that you made some changes. I really do, but I still have significant problems with it. The right in, right out on 120th. I cannot fathom that working. I come down Lowell, turn on 120th all the time. There's a turn lane, there's a merge lane there. By the time you get to that spot, people are already up to speed. I see that right in, right out as being a nightmare for everybody. And I don't see how I could support that as is. The other part of it is 120th and Lowell is our southeastern gateway to Broomfield. Right now, you come up onto it, you see open space. And obviously it's a vacant lot, but you see open space. What you're proposing is a big parking lot. And I understand that you wanted to put the building back, and I understand that, and I support that, but I don't believe I could support a parking lot on 120th. I just don't see it as, it's an eyesore in my opinion. On top of that, the sidewalks right up against 120th to me are dangerous. And if you look, you mentioned the Bradburn development across the street, and their sidewalk is buffered by a green space by a significant amount. So my question I had about the size of that lot is because maybe consider taking out that parking lot and making it into an open, into green space, a retention pond, something that's looks better than cars. As far as the actual development, it's, in my opinion, it's just not enough mixed use. I mean, we have a $395,000 negative to our tax base. I just don't see enough retail. Maybe consider making the entirety of those buildings ground floor retail, even if that means going up another floor in apartments. Make them taller, but all retail. That would be my thought on that. So I think those are my general comments right now. I can't think of anything else at the moment. But yeah, more mixed use is what I think we need in Broomfield, especially at that location. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, my fellow council members, and of course, Mr. Romine. I have a question for staff. With this lots, is it required to develop both of these lots at the same time, or could these lots be developed separately? Acknowledging that the ownership is for both of these lots.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. The lots could be developed independently.
Great. So a question for the developer. You know, it seems that the developer and landowner is interested in developing both these parcels together instead of developing these parcels separately. Could you share what the advantages this of developing both of these together is for both you as well as the community?
For us, it's just the scalability of the construction, the financing, and also the management. It makes it easier. But also, you know, I don't know what an advantage would be to leaving the south or the north vacant and doing one and not the other.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. So, you know, I'm curious with the southern lot, and if you could just share with us, you know, what's preventing the development from increasing the commercial retail uses on that southern property and maybe even the northern property? I don't know if that's an option. Other than the fact that, I mean, I noticed on the first slide, you know, Wasatch Residential Group. So maybe that's the limiting factor, is that's why there isn't commercial and retail coming into this space. But I was curious to learn more from you.
I think it's where the market is, marketability, what works, visibility, access, parking. I think there's some site constraints, definitely. Parking is one of them. The other one I'll point to is here. This is the City Creek channel that comes across the property about here. Crosses under with the culvert. That currently is incised and very deep. The flows are much smaller than what they used to be. So that would need to be piped. So putting you can't put a structure on top of a pipe like that. So that's why, that's part of the reason why that design is like that. So there are some site constraints. There's that. There's the depth. What we're showing that we would give up as open lands on that south piece are basically the limits of disturbance for the improvements to Neeson Creek, as far as the conceptual designs we've received. So we've got the city park channel, and then we've got this depth issue. We do have access issues. So that's why we pushed it all to the corner too.
Let's see, one more question for staff, please. Would staff anticipate changes to either Perry Street or 121st being warranted with this project? Just a quick view on the internet maps. It looks like 121st is kind of transitions from much more of a kind of a minor arterial to maybe what looks like a neighborhood street without painted lines and things like that. Would you anticipate changes to either of these streets?
Councilmember, I could say for certainty that there would be pedestrian improvements, so sidewalks would be added. The traffic report or traffic study that would come with the formal site plan would make those recommended improvements. We don't have that at this time, so we can't speak definitively. But if the project moved forward, we would definitely have that information for you.
Okay, great, thank you. So I think that with this development, I am concerned about how the traffic is mitigated on this development. I'm concerned about the lack of commercial and retail on that southern lot, but I understand that there are circumstances which prohibit that. So I appreciate that efforts have been made to increase that. Perhaps a different type of commercial would be more appropriate on that land as opposed to trying to do retail, which is going to have an influx of people coming to it, much more of a commercial, which is a standalone and kind of operates a little bit differently, can adjust to the kind of evening hour, daytime evening hours, and then wouldn't be as impactful on that traffic around there. So maybe a different type of commercial, but again, I don't know if that's a part of your business line with Wasatch Residential Group. I wouldn't be opposed to, seeing this project move forward. But I do have concerns if it does move forward. So thank you again for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll thank the developer for coming out here tonight again, and the residents that are still with us. Thank you for being here as well. I guess we're moving in the right direction, but as you've heard, still significant concerns with this project. Just going to repeat quickly, some of what you've already heard. Would really love to see more mixed use in this project. As you probably heard with the previous developments, significant concerns with the revenue loss to the city. This is actually twice the amount than what we had in the last project. So I think that's a big issue for me, at least. And I would need to see that offset significantly with more commercial and potentially a different type of product, or as I'm sure you'll hear from some of my colleagues, more affordable housing. So, yeah. That's bottom southern parking lot area. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that as well, particularly since it is, as you heard from Councilmember Holshin, a gateway to our community. So if it's, what I'm hearing is it's not developable with the building, which I think would be preferred, and potentially can put some more, more commercial in that area. If it's green space, maybe that's a better plan. But the parking lot, I think, is, really not what we want to see as an entryway to Broomfield. And then the traffic, yeah, of course, that's an issue, and I agree as well. In and out off of Perry Street is going to need something better than a right in, right out. That's very, very busy road, as I'm sure you're aware of 120th. And I agree. I think it would be a nightmare to get out of that development during at least, during the day at least, I would say. And last comment is on the existing building that's located. I would really encourage you to figure out how to take care of that and get that removed. I think it was a year ago when you were here last time, and I find it a bit hard to believe that you couldn't find someone in the last year to come and take that down. So, I think it'd go a long way if you could, take care of at least that small issue. I know that's been a huge issue for a lot of years for the residents, and it's still there. So we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Cohen?
Can I just beat the dead horse of traffic? I just had a question about Perry and 121st. Would this redevelopment include an acceleration lane at 121st? Or I'm sorry, 100 at Perry and 120th? Is that envisioned?
Councilmember, I'm going to have to give the same answer that I gave Councilmember Schaaf, that those level of details will be outlined in the traffic report when it moves forward. And
I assume a certain level of traffic count is what would make that necessary.
Correct. Yeah. So the assumptions that would build that report would be the number of turns in and out would warrant whether or not that was required.
And is that the same, and that may have been answered before, at a Lowell and 121st, that where the road comes out, everybody knows it's backed up in the morning with school traffic to the academy, and just plus the crosswalk there scares me every time I drive down there with people trying to get to Metzger.
Yeah, that's correct. All of the improvements for the surrounding roads would be part of that traffic report.
Okay. I would just add that, I am infill is so hard. Ideally, it'd all stay the way it is, but I am mostly concerned about traffic, considering that we have the Broomfield Town Center coming on 120th. And there's a large senior development behind the Chick-fil-A coming, so that the traffic counts 120th are just going to be keep going up. And I think we need to keep that in mind for this corridor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, staff, about the other lots. Are those also available? So to the east of the north side along 121st, it says Lot 2 Northwest Filing. Is that a available lot, or is that already secured in some way?
Council members, so the sort of backwards L looking shaped lot is an additional lot that could be further developed in the future. And then as noted in the staff presentation, the lots adjacent to the southern parcel to the east, closer to Lowell, are owned by Broomfield currently.
Right. And what about the one that says Lutheran, or excuse me, yeah, Church of Christ? Is that an available lot?
That lot is owned by the church and there is partial development there.
So that's not an available property.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Where I'm going, and then the same thing on the other side of Perry. It's called Lot 3, but it says Broomfield Self-Storage. Is that a lot that's available or not?
That lot is currently developed already.
Okay.
So not available.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what's quote for sale, why they're listed as lots. But that's fine. So there could be some additional development on the quote under reverse L lot there. And I'm just wondering whether the developer has any interest in that, or whether that might help ameliorate some of the other issues that we're raising, although it may add some more pressure on 121st, but.
I really would have just bought a clicker if I knew.
Yeah, we have these things right here at our desks, and we can shine them on the audience, but we can't do them on here. It doesn't work, yeah.
So we have talked to them several times. Their response has been that they want to save that for additional parking or expansion of the church.
Okay.
They're not interested in selling that.
Sure.
That's kind of their future.
Understand.
So, but I just want to share that.
Yeah, and what about the lot to the west of the church? Kind of in the middle there, to the east of your,
This here.
yeah, but the underneath, there's something there, right?
So this whole piece
Yeah.
here is owned by the Lutheran Church. That's an existing office. I
Okay.
believe this is all. Lutheran.
Yeah, right,
So
okay.
the only parcel that's privately taken is this here.
Okay, but
And we tried to take that.
I see. Okay, so the church is not interested. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking to see if there's some other way to
Yeah.
reconfigure some of that.
We would have
to-
loved to have picked that piece up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, pray. Might help. I don't mean to be facetious, but I've
I'm not a
worked-
member.
Yeah, I know.
I can help
In
you.
my past, I've worked with churches to acquire their property, particularly
Yeah.
for some churches that were declining in population. And it was a complex process, but I was able to achieve that. So that's kind of where my head is.
Yeah, no, and I can reach back out to them.
Yeah. But that could potentially ameliorate some of the southern part of it. But I share the same concerns my colleagues are expressing. Again, thank you for coming back. Thank you for, working it further. I worry about our budget. I worry about, last time there were a number of neighbors who were speaking about the rafters and the turtles and, that kind of stuff. I'm sorry they're not here tonight because I appreciate this issue for us here in this part of our state, because those, I read the other day that there's a 69% decline in wildlife across the globe, and not that turtles are gonna overcome that issue, but I just worry so much about these kinds of things. So at least there's an open space across Lowell. We've got that open space that the city owns right there. So hopefully those will be protected, but I'd like to see you listening to what we're saying. I appreciate your attitude, your approach. You've been very gracious in receiving our comments, but I think there's more work to do here. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I'll just share the same concern as on the last concept review is the long range financial plan and making sure that we're not going in that negative direction. So I just have one question and also I should also share these concerns about the transportation and the safety and all of that, which will come as this project develops. But my only real question is, so there's the mixed use commercial. It looks really nice. And I'm glad you're moving in that direction. Is the reason, I guess I'd like to hear some of the reason why only on 120th, is it accessibility? Do you think that there's not a market? If you were to add more commercial into the other units, is that not viable?
Yeah, part of it is marketability, and the retail market is tough. It's visibility, it's access, it's parking. It's the City Creek Channel. I'm not an engineer, but how abruptly can you bend those pipes to really fit a building in there? It's all of those things. I'm not a retail guy. We do a little bit of retail in some of our projects. I'll definitely reach out to some retail folks and get some better market data on that. But it sounds like I'm hearing that over and over again. So I'm going to dig deeper into that. But right now, yeah, it's marketability, access. We had some early discussions years ago with CDOT about a right in, right out off 120th. And yes, I think that would require some kind of a decel lane to get into the site for sure off 120th. But Perry, we're hoping would be a full movement into that south piece. But all of those things tie into retail thriving. And that's why we do like the mixed use. We do want residential next to retail if we're going to do it. That does help it survive. But yeah, everybody buys from Amazon, including me and my wife and kids. So what do you do?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
This is probably a question for staff. There's some text in the memo that describe that the development of the site would be contingent upon the improvements to the Neeson Channel being completed, and they're supposed to begin in 2024 is what I read. And so I'm trying to piece together the role of the city in having this project be able to go forward and the role of the developer in making these improvements.
Thank you, Councilmember. So there is an existing partnership project between Mile High Flood District and Broomfield that's been in the works for many years. And as the memo outlines, it's anticipated that the funding contribution, it's a 50-50 split between Broomfield and Mile High, that the funding will be reached by 2023 with inflationary costs that may push into 2024. And then the project would begin there. So the actual construction of the project. So this is an independent project that would happen regardless of whether or not this development moves forward. And the developer would be required to provide some financial cash in lieu elements, including for the trail and the pedestrian bridge that would go over the channel that would be factored in. But overall, the developer has no direct financial obligation for the channel improvements.
Okay, so has there been any, the owner is bringing forward a development, but in the past, they said they acquired it recently. Has there been any hesitancy in the past to develop this property because of the contingency on waiting for the Mile High Broomfield joint improvements?
I would defer to the applicant to answer whether or not they had any hesitancy or concerns. The level of floodplain and floodway on site is an impediment to development of that southern lot, especially. The northern lot has less impacts from the floodplain and floodway. So I would say that it is definitely a roadblock to development, whether it's this applicant or another.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jazerski indicated that he was sure that other council members would the proponents of the inclusive units. And I will reiterate that. He was waiting for someone else to say that. I'll do that. And I will bring up sustainability quickly. As the last project did indicate that the developer was at least beginning to think along those lines. This memo did not indicate this developer had started to think about sustainability elements. So certainly we would hope that those design elements would come forward if this project moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments or questions? We'll get to you second round. So I serve on the Mile High Flood District Board of Directors and have for the last 3 years. Broomfield is part of a bunch of counties, but we're like the tiny little county that gets maybe, I don't know, a few $100,000 a year. So we have to bank our allocation in order to really fund a project. And as you've heard, this has been banked since 2016. And with the cost of materials increasing so much, it could be even longer than 2024 till we have the money, since it's sole, Broomfield and Mile High Flood District. Now, it looks like you're on the hook for the channel rerouting. I mean, is that what you're planning to do? Yeah, I want to know more, because this looks like you're right on top of the floodway.
Yeah, so we have been working with Rebecca Baker, and I keep saying her name because I'm not sure exactly what her department name is, but Public Works of some sort. So currently, before we purchased the property, Mile High and Rebecca were trying to secure this piece of land, either as owning it outright or some type of an easement. Because
right,
what we're proposing is buy that from us as current property owners, or secure buying some type of an easement. We would give that. Yeah. Yes. So what we're proposing is, as part of this project, we would dedicate that as our open lands. And that way Broomfield wouldn't have to buy that from us or try to get some type of an easement, just like the piece on the north that's already been dedicated. We could go through the process and dedicate that south, and hopefully that would help things move, the timeline move up quicker for construction of that. And we have been in talks with them, and yes, pricing is all over the place right now, hopefully coming down soon. But yeah, that's the idea. So there was a question earlier, and Broomfield has been trying to secure that piece, and we would dedicate it as part of this application. Does that answer your question?
The city park.
Yeah, so City Park Channel actually sits on the north end of this south piece. So about through here. The nice thing is was mentioned earlier, there are a lot of nice cottonwoods and some other big trees. They got their yellow leaves out right now, and all of those big trees sit on this tract day, which Broomfield already owns, that we dedicated earlier. So does that give you some orientation? And yeah, so as we've been meeting with Mile High and we've seen those preliminary designs, that's where these angles and these lines are coming from, is the limits of that design. And then we don't have a lot of say about what's happening inside of that. We want pedestrian connections. We've been working with them on this bridge. We want that bridge connection. But the design itself, we don't have a lot of say.
Thank you.
I did, Mayor. We've talked about a handful of channels tonight, so I just want to correct Adam real quick. He mixed up the Nissen channel and the City Park channel. So the Nissen channel is the one that runs sort of through the site, and then the City Park channel is the one that runs on the southeast corner, crosses 120th and just sort of clips the corner of the site. So the City Park channel is the one that the applicant would pipe to remove the open channel and pipe underground, and then the Nissen channel is part of the Mile High project.
Got it. Oh, well, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. So it's just a little edge of the property for the City Park channel. Okay. Well, that's helpful. Well, I'm gonna go back to inclusive housing real quick. Because as you probably heard in our previous applicant that we're revising, we're updating our inclusionary housing ordinance and requirements. And it could look at doubling and possibly tripling your cash in lieu. Just to give you like a maximum, it could go from 1.8 million in cash in lieu to 6.3 million if we bump it up all at once. So would that change your stance on actually providing the units as opposed to cash in lieu?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that raising that fee is going to entice a developer to do affordable housing when that gap still exists. I think the developer will just go away. That's my opinion.
I appreciate that.
The gap's gotta be filled. It's really, it's a math problem. So if the developer is going to go in the hole by providing the affordable housing, I really think they'll just go away. And I'm not up to speed on how much Broomfield has to put towards affordable housing or what other options there are. And like I said, we do workforce housing. This is what we do. We know how to do this.
You just couldn't make it pencil here in Colorado.
We know, like in Salt Lake City, we get money from the state and we get it from Salt Lake City. And that's how we're able to fill that financing gap. Like I said, I'm not the expert on it, but
No, I get it.
but we're one of the largest in Utah when it comes to affordable housing.
Very good to know. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we appreciate your efforts at trying to make this difficult piece of property work. It is
you.
problematic and we
Yes.
recognize that.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there with us. And now we have some second round folks. So we'll go back to you, Councilmember Marsh Holston.
I just have one follow-up.
Thank you. We're past our break, you know.
Comment. I just wanted to point out, I obviously mentioned that I would like to see less parking and that lot in the front on 120th not be parking. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Ward's comment earlier that if that meant we had to approve less parking on the site, I would definitely be in favor of that. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other last comments? All right, well, thank you again so much, and we look forward to seeing you again. Have a good evening. So we are going to take our 10-minute break, y'all. It's 8:58, and we'll be back at 9:08. Thank you. Welcome back. We're back, and our only study session item this evening is a presentation on Broomfield Water Resources. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. So before I introduce our two key speakers tonight, I just want to take a moment. We've stressed quite a bit over the last few weeks. We've been talking a lot with council about water. It's not news to most of us that are watching the news, what's happening in our nation with Lake Powell, Lake Mead, the Colorado River, which I know our two gentlemen will talk about a little bit tonight. This is the most important topic we will talk about now and ongoing for quite a while. And what really we need to be aware of as a city and county, as a region, and also what we're going to do to make sure that we can provide the services that are key to Broomfield in regards to potable as well as reuse and other types of water that we have in treatment. So I just want to thank you all. I know it's a little bit late. This is a really important topic. It is recorded. I hope that our residents that couldn't stay with us will take the time to view this presentation. Again, the information presented tonight is really, really critical. So I want to introduce, it's my pleasure for the first time, I think, to introduce Ken Rutt, the Director of Public Works, newly appointed Director of Public Works. So Ken Rutt, and then with Ken tonight, Brennan Middleton, who literally is a water resource manager. Brennan has been super impressive. I've gotten to work with him closely for the last, I don't know, it feels like longer than a few weeks, Brennan, but he's doing a great job. So we're going to hear from both of them tonight, but I think we're starting with Ken.
Good evening, and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and Assistant City Manager Yelman. Tonight we appreciate the opportunity to talk about water. Last time I was here, we talked about wastewater. Water's a lot cleaner. So we'll talk about water today. So for us as water and wastewater professionals, this is a wonderful opportunity to share with you the broad range of Broomfield's water resources. I'd like to start with a few little known facts to set our stage for our presentation tonight. And some of the little known facts include that no major river flows into Colorado. We're one of two of the states in the US that happens, us and Hawaii. So that's critical to understand our water resources. The state relies nearly entirely on rain and snow to replenish our freshwater resources. In fact, the Rocky Mountain states obtain 70 to 90% of our water from snowmelt. And according to Barron's Financial Magazine, water is becoming the new gold. And why is that? Well, water is the most precious and basic need we cannot survive without. Our households, our food, our beverages, industry, manufacturing, agriculture, hydropower all depend on water. Secondly, Earth's water is finite, meaning that the amount of water in, on, and above the planet does not increase or decrease, just where it falls. And in Colorado, unlike the rest of the Southwest, the continuing migration of folks from other parts of the US has added pressures to our limited water supplies. Just to give you an example of, cost of water, you take a typical 20-ounce bottle of water you get at the convenience store is usually about $1.50 roughly. And when you translate this into gallons, that cost would be $9.60 per gallon. Our current water rate is $3.36 for 1,000 gallons. So to produce our water is very cost effective. So how does Broomfield position ourselves to meet the growing need for water while supplies are limited? The prolonged drought is one of the most significant challenges facing the Colorado River Basin states and requiring water utilities to take steps to reduce water consumption before it becomes a mandatory requirement. The EPA and their sustainability water infrastructure strategies includes establishing rates that escalate as more water is used, promote water efficiency through water sense programs, and water infrastructure resiliency. So how do we maintain sustainable infrastructure? For water and wastewater utilities, sustainability is about creating reliable, consistent infrastructure that can be managed, maintained, and upgraded. When we talk about infrastructure, most people think about streets, roads, and highways. However, one of the most important kinds of infrastructure is largely out of sight. I'm talking about the water and wastewater, the pipes, the storage tanks, the facilities that bring clean water to our homes and carry away our waste. So why is water infrastructure important? Well, it directly affects our public health. It provides us with the same drinking water, and properly treated wastewater is vital for preventing disease, protecting our environment, thus ensuring our supply of drinking water and wastewater treatment services are essential. Tonight, we'll talk a little bit about how some of the major projects that staff has identified for infrastructure for both water and wastewater. Water, we have identified $367.6 million, and in wastewater, $155.9 million over the next 10 years. So how do the lines connect? How do we continually pay for water and wastewater infrastructure? Throughout Broomfield's history, council and staff have done a great job in managing this growth through our utility financial modeling to provide sound methodology for future proposed rate increases. We have a sound financial approach that takes into account day-to-day operational expenses, maintains the existing capital investments, plus capital components that include costs related to building or expanding existing systems. Over the past several weeks, staff has provided council with extensive information, and a lot of information to relate to the proposed amendments to the Broomfield Municipal Code to modify our monthly water service charges. These recommendations have taken into account the infrastructural needs currently identified in staff's 10-year capital improvement financial plan. Staff is committed to and recognized throughout Colorado and the nation for our ongoing proactive planning for and securing Broomfield's water supply and storage for our growing community. Given the current drought condition, these functions cannot be stressed enough. So with that introduction, I'd like to transition to what I'm calling the wonderful world of water. And I'm joined by Brennan Middleton, our water resource manager, who will represent Broomfield's water resources, past, present, and future. Brennan, just a little background on him, he has his master's degree in water resources from the University of Colorado. And he joined Broomfield after 4 years of working as a consultant in the water resources field. And I'm pleased to present Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Rutten. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Rutt, for the introduction, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and staff. My name is Brennan Middleton. I'm the Water Resources Manager within Broomfield's Public Works Department. I appreciate the opportunity to give you all an update this evening on the past, present, and future of Broomfield's water resources. I'll start with an overview of our water supply portfolio, followed by an overview of our water system planning efforts and long-range CIP plan. I'll then give you an update on our water conservation programs and ongoing initiatives, and wrap up with an update on drought and Colorado River issues. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So between the years of 1971 and 1997, Broomfield had two primary water sources for its drinking water supply. These were surface water from Clear Creek and Coal Creek stored in Great Western Reservoir, and potable water purchased from Denver Water delivered to Broomfield via Conduit 81. Our Denver Water contract dates back to 1971 and is still in effect today. There's no expiration date on this contract, and the contract must be terminated by mutual written agreement between both parties. Next slide, please. Around the late 1980s, the Rocky Flats nuclear weapons facility was found to be contaminating the water and soil just upstream of Great Western Reservoir. In response to this, Broomfield worked to completely sever the physical connection between Rocky Flats and Broomfield's drinking water supply. Broomfield secured DOE grant funding to help pay for the acquisition of CBT and Windy Gap water to replace Great Western Water as our primary source of water supply, as well as the construction of a new water treatment plant and the construction of Broomfield's portion of Carter Lake Pipeline, which carries water from Carter Lake in Larimer County down to Broomfield's water treatment plant. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of Broomfield's water supply portfolio today. We purchased between 4,700 acre feet and 6,500 acre feet of treated water from Denver Water each year. We try to hit this 4,700 acre feet minimum as best we can because this water supply is substantially more expensive, about 2 to 3 times more than our other water supplies. We own 13,698 units of CBT. The yield of our CBT units varies year to year based on the quota set by the Northern Water Board. That quota ranges from 50% to 100%. 100% quota corresponds to 1 acre foot yield per unit, 70% quota, 0.7 acre foot yield per unit, and so on. We use a 70% quota in our long-term planning, which represents the historical average quota set over the last 60 years by Northern Water. We also own 56 units of Windy Gap water. Currently, the annual yield of Windy Gap shares is highly variable. The project uses available storage and capacity of the CBT project facilities to deliver water to project participants. In wet years, the CBT reservoirs are typically full, leaving little or no space for Windy Gap water. And in dry years, the Windy Gap water rights, which are junior to the CBT project, typically do not come into priority. Our Windy Gap firm yield will be 5,600 acre feet following the completion of Chimney Hollow Reservoir. And finally, our non-potable water supply consists mainly of Windy Gap effluent, as well as surface water from Clear Creek, Coal Creek, and South Platte River. Next slide, please. So I wanted to define a few terms which I'll be using throughout the presentation tonight. The first, potable water, refers to drinking water that has been treated to levels that meet state and federal standards for consumption, whereas reuse, non-potable, and reclaimed water are all synonymous terms for treated effluent from Broomfield's wastewater treatment facility. This water is not treated to drinking water standards and intended solely for irrigation. Next slide, please. This pie chart represents the composition of Broomfield's potable water consumption broken up by our various customer classes. You'll notice that roughly 60% of our water is consumed by single-family residences. Roughly 50 to 60% of this is used for outdoor irrigation each year. Next slide. A similar pie chart for our reuse water consumption, in which you'll see our largest reuse users are CCOB, or Broomfield's Parks Departments, and Interlochen. Approximately 11 to 18% of Broomfield's total water consumption is from reuse. Next slide. So the water sources circled here make up the primary sources of supply for Broomfield's reuse water system. Windy Gap water is extremely valuable to us because it's considered a fully consumable supply, meaning we have the right to use and reuse it to extinction, whereas CBT effluent must be returned back to Northern's district boundary to be used by downstream shareholders. Currently, since the yield of Windy Gap units is so highly variable, Northern allows the Windy Gap project participants to collateralize their Windy Gap supply using CBT. This is basically a fancy way of saying that they allow for a one-to-one trade of Windy Gap and CBT water. We are delivered reusable Windy Gap water, but must repay the system, so to speak, with an equal volume of CBT water, which we are no longer able to use. This arrangement will no longer be necessary following the completion of Chimney Hollow Reservoir. Next slide. This figure shows a layout of our reuse system, sorry for the blurriness, and calls out some key facilities. On the bottom right, you'll see our wastewater treatment facility where reuse water is pumped up to the airport storage tanks shown on the bottom left. From here, the water is either gravity fed to Great Western during winter months to be stored, or pumped from the Great Western reuse facility back up to the storage tanks and delivered out to the reuse supply system during irrigation or summer months. Next slide. And these images just kind of highlight those key facilities: our wastewater treatment plant up top, our reuse pump facility at Great Western Reservoir on the bottom, the airport storage tanks on the bottom right, and the inlet channel to Great Western Reservoir on the top right. Next slide. Today, Great Western serves as our primary water storage facility for the reuse water supply system. It has a total usable capacity of approximately 2,400 acre feet. It is composed primarily of treated Windy Gap effluent and surface water from Clear Creek and Coal Creek. Next slide. In terms of supply and demand, Broomfield is projecting a firm yield at build out of 21,689 acre feet per year for our potable water system. I'll define firm yield in a later slide, but essentially this is the volume of water which we can reasonably expect to be available year to year, even during drought years. Our projected demand at build out is 21,139 acre feet per year. This figure was taken from our 2016 potable water plan update. It shows how the Chimney Hollow Reservoir project, which I will discuss at a later slide, will provide the necessary amount of water we need to meet our projected demands, shown in green at build out. For reuse, we're projecting a supply of 4,900 acre feet per year and a dry year demand of 4,500 acre feet per year. We're showing through these numbers a balanced water supply and demand portfolio, meaning we are projecting sufficient supplies to meet the city's long-term water demands. It's important to note, however, that these are just projections. An effective water conservation program helps us provide a buffer during drought years and better manage the uncertainty inherent in these forecasts. Next slide. These pie charts show the portion of our potable and reuse systems which are unallocated today and at build out. Allocated water supply refers to the amount of water needed to serve existing and future committed users of these two water supply systems. Next slide. And one more. Thank you. The Public Works Department uses TE projections from finance and community development to project long-term water demands for the city. These water demand forecasts are used to develop a long-range CIP plan and phase projects that help expand the capacity of Broomfield's water supply system over time. Next slide. In developing our CIP plan, we look at four separate but interrelated components of Broomfield's water supply system. The first, Broomfield's water supply, represents the water needed to meet the community's demands over the course of a calendar year. This is typically expressed as acre feet per year. Transmission conveyance refers to the capacity of the infrastructure that conveys water from our sources of supply, those being Northern Water in Denver, to Broomfield. This system is designed to meet max day demands, or the highest daily demand expected over the course of a year, typically expressed as MGD, or 1 million gallons per day. Similarly, our water treatment plant is designed to meet max day demands. Our distribution system, or the system of pipes, booster pump stations, and storage tanks that delivers water to our customers, is designed to meet peak hour demands, typically expressed in gallons per minute. Next slide. This figure is a simplified representation of how these different components make up the larger water supply system as a whole. The capacity of the system is determined by the limiting factor in this progression. So each component of the system needs to be designed to meet or exceed our community's demands over time. Next slide. So I'll start talking about some of the major projects we have on the horizon. As far as water supply, the Windy Gap firming project includes the construction of a new 90,000 acre foot reservoir, Chimney Hollow, on the Front Range, located west of Carter Lake in Larimer County. The Windy Gap firming project is a critical element in Broomfield's long-range plan to meet the projected water demands at ultimate build out. Construction is underway as of last year, and the project is estimated to be complete by 2025. Next. So why is this project important? Developing reservoir storage to make water consistently available from year to year is known as firming. Water used to serve Broomfield's municipal needs must be firm to support water license. We use a 4.5 to 1 storage to firming ratio. What this means is that a minimum of 25,200 acre feet of storage is required to firm our 5,600 acre feet of Winnie Gap supply that Broomfield owns. Once firmed, Broomfield's Winnie Gap water could support an additional 11,200 water licenses. This corresponds to 11,200 single-family residences. Next slide. In October of 2020, City Council approved the Winnie Gap Firming Project Allotment Contract, which outlined the rights of the Winnie Gap Firming Project participants, including the specified capacity in Chimney Hollow Reservoir, as well as payment of proportionate shares of the construction, operations, maintenance, and eventual replacement costs of the project. Broomfield will own 29.4% of the Winnie Gap Firming Project storage in Chimney Hollow Reservoir, making it the largest shareholder in the project, and therefore is responsible for 29.4% of the project costs. Total construction costs for the project are estimated at $600 million, and Broomfield's pro rata share totals $176.4 million. Broomfield funded its share of the project through a combination of $22 million cash payment from the water fund and long-term independent financing totaling $154 million. The total cost of repayment, including principal and interest, is estimated to be $225 million. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, transmission conveyance is the capacity of the infrastructure that conveys water from our sources of supply to Broomfield. Our current conveyance capacity is limited to the capacities of Conduit 81 and the Southern Water Supply Pipeline, or Carter Lake Pipeline. These two existing pipelines will not always have the capacity to meet the high volume demand that occurs during summer months. Peaking facilities are needed to store water locally to help meet these peak day demands. The Sienna Reservoir conversion is currently at 60% design and expected to be online by 2024. Completion of Broomfield Reservoir is slated for 2030. Next slide. Broomfield completed a 6 MGD expansion of its water treatment plant in 2020 and is proposing a new second 6 MGD expansion in 2028 for a final capacity of 32 MGD. Next slide. In modeling our water distribution system, we have identified a need for additional storage to adequately meet future peak hour demands. 2 3 million gallon potable water tanks, a 4 million gallon reuse water tank, and a booster pump station have been proposed to serve the development in North Broomfield. Next slide. So I mentioned that our transmission conveyance and treatment systems are designed to meet max day demand. Really, that max day demand is an average. In reality, the demand over a course of a max day fluctuates. We require storage tanks to make up the difference between the amount of water demanded by our customers during peak hours and the rate at which the water is supplied to the system from the water treatment plant in Denver Water. This is represented by the blue shaded region in the figure shown on the slide. Next slide. Sorry for this being a bit of a hard figure to read, but in 2018, a non-potable master planning study was conducted by an outside consultant to model and identify a number of different future service scenarios for the reuse system and the corresponding capital improvements needed to support these various levels of service. Service scenarios range from 1 to 5, with 1 shown on the slide representing our current level of service, or in other words, continuing to serve our existing build reuse customers, plus the North Park development shown in green, as well as a handful of other committed future reuse customers. Service scenarios 2 to 5 represent an increasing level of demand on the reuse system. with scenario 4 representing the expansion of reuse north of Highway 7, and service scenario 5, the conversion of all parcels except for single-family residential to reuse. The study showed that all scenarios beyond scenario 1 result in a storage deficit, or more storage capacity needed beyond what is provided between Great Western Reservoir and Height Pit. In addition to storage limitations, we're also physically limited by the amount of reusable effluent we have available to pump each year. For these reasons, service scenario 1 currently serves as the basis for a long-term CIP plan for reuse. Next slide. Over the last 15 years, Broomfield has contracted out the mining of a gravel storage pit located in Weld County, just west of the South Platte River, to provide additional water storage for the reuse system. Broomfield owns various junior water rights and ditch shares, which it will use to fill and possibly refill Height Pit year to year. The estimated storage capacity of Height Pit is roughly 1,000 acre feet. If we were lucky to get 2 fills in any given year, that would increase our reuse supply by up to 2,000 acre feet. And of course, this is dependent on water supply availability. Next slide. So you may be wondering why some gravel pit up in Weld County benefits Broomfield. We have a substitution agreement with Northern Water, in which Broomfield will reuse its CBT effluent and replace that water in time, place, and amount to maintain the return flows from Broomfield's first use. Essentially, what this means is that this agreement would allow Broomfield to reuse its CBT effluent, which it currently does not have the right to do, so long as the same amount of water is released from Height Pit as a replacement supply. Next slide. And here's just a summary of those major CIP projects for the water supply system. This is by no means a comprehensive list of all of our water and reuse CIP projects, but just the main ones. These projects total to $367 million. Next slide. Over the last few years, Broomfield has made significant steps toward our water conservation goals that I'm excited to share with you all this evening. Next slide. Broomfield's 2020 water efficiency plan essentially serves as the roadmap by which our team plans our water conservation programs and activities. The 2 major goals identified in the 2020 plan are to optimize and expand the capacity of the reuse system and reduce total system demand by 10% in 2040. When developing the plan, staff evaluated a range of specific water-saving activities from a list provided in a CWC guidance document and selected activities based on compliance with the 2 goals mentioned, water savings potential, ease of implementation, and public acceptance. The draft plan was posted for a 60-day public comment period. Written comments were also provided by the ACES committee. Based on this feedback, staff selected the following key activities for implementation: expand our reuse system, continue to support existing conservation programs, adopt a gray water ordinance legalizing the use of gray water within the city and county, as well as a tiered water rate structure. In addition to this, our ongoing initiatives include integrating our water and land use planning, incentivizing water efficiency and new development through development code updates, expanding funding to existing programs, especially turf replacement, investigating the feasibility of a large-scale turf replacement program for city-owned parcels, and continuing to enforce misuse of water and charge customers for their overusage. Next slide. A total of 27 public comments were received during the public comment period. This table shown summarizes key themes that were touched on in each comment. It's worth noting that comments addressing irrigation and landscaping requirements were made by nearly every survey respondent. Reducing non-native grasses and irrigated turf, expanding non-potable water use, quality xeric design, water application rates, and restrictions on new development were mentioned repeatedly and were high priorities identified by ACES members. Next slide. This figure goes to show some of the benefits of our water conservation program. The bar chart shown in gray here represents Broomfield's population since 2005, whereas the blue line shows our average gallons per capita per day, or the amount of water each person uses in a day over the course of the year. Although our population has increased steadily, the amount of water used by each one of our residents has steadily declined as a result of water conservation and water efficiency measures and technologies. Next slide. This slide gives a summary of Broomfield's current rebate offerings. We offer rebates to our residential customers, which include discounts on high efficiency toilets, rotary nozzles, weather-based smart controllers, rain barrels, and gray water systems. We offer these same rebates to our commercial industrial customers, except for these customers, we offer 25% off irrigation controllers as opposed to the $100 rebate. Next slide. Broomfield partners with Resource Central to offer a number of different water conservation programs. Firstly, we offer our residents free outdoor water audits for residential and non-residential customers, $25 discounts on garden in a box kits. These are essentially professionally designed WaterWise garden kits. And new this year is our lawn replacement program. Broomfield residents can receive $500 toward lawn removal services and pay just $1 per square foot. We received 85 applications this year, and we're only able to approve 29 based on budget limitations. This equated to roughly 17,000 square feet of turf converted, or 0.4 football fields. Next slide. Broomfield is currently participating as a partner community in a large-scale, non-functional turf replacement pilot project led by Western Resource Advocates. We've defined non-functional turf as turf grass that is solely ornamental and is not regularly used for human recreational purposes or critical business operations, such as event facilities, daycare centers, golf courses, sports fields, parks, etc. The project aims to identify the costs and benefits of a large-scale turf replacement program, particularly for city-owned parcels of non-functional turf. There's a couple of goals for this project. The first is a proof of concept case study. We worked with our Parks Department to identify 2 different areas of non-functional turf within the Brandywine Parks as a prime candidate for turf conversion. I'll note these don't include the ball fields or any of the other areas that are used regularly, but rather the areas that are purely aesthetic. Through the case study, consultants on the project will help to conduct audits of the existing landscaping and irrigation systems, select landscaping alternatives, and estimate water savings and associated implementation and maintenance costs for each. Our goal is to actually implement the conversion once the pilot project is complete. The second goal is a community-wide cost-benefit analysis of a large-scale non-functional turf replacement program. This basically shows the upper end of the benefits of a turf replacement program if we were to replace all non-functional turf within the city and county limits as we've defined it. The third goal is to identify funding mechanisms available to fund these projects. Next slide. These images help show what a conversion like this might look like. Many of you are probably used to seeing the image on the top left, but there are a lot of options out there available to us, including native grass mixes such as buffalo grass shown on the top right, or hardscapes which improve the amenities of an area such as picnic benches, pergolas, or playgrounds. And the water uses shown on this slide just give you an idea of how these different xeric plantings and buffalo grass compare to your traditional bluegrass turf. Next slide. Many of you may have heard in the news, new state legislation passed this year in support of turf replacement. House Bill 221151 requires the CWCB to develop a statewide program to provide financial incentives for the voluntary replacement of irrigated turf with water-wise landscaping. The program will allocate $2 million toward new turf replacement fund to help fund and finance the development of new turf replacement programs and those with existing turf replacement programs in the form of a 50% cost match. The funding is anticipated to be available after July 1st, 2023. The specifics of the program have not been released yet by the state, but we've heard word that up to $25,000 will be available per program. Next slide. In September of 2021, we passed ordinance number 2158, legalizing the use of gray water within the city and county of Broomfield. Gray water sources include water discharge from bathroom and laundry sinks, bathtubs, showers, and laundry machines. Gray water sources do not include water discharge from toilets, urinals, kitchen sinks, dishwashers, and non-laundry utility sinks. Next slide. Ordinance 2158 defines the following 4 permissible categories of gray water use. The first are laundry to landscape systems. These are basically systems that take the effluent from your washing machine and divert it to an outdoor mulch basin used to irrigate non-consumable crops. This is available to both single and multifamily residential areas and commercial. The second is whole house systems, in which all sources of gray water are used for indoor toilet and urinal flushing, as well as subsurface irrigation. And this is also available for single and multifamily. Next slide. This year, Broomfield was selected to participate in the Growing Water Smart Workshop to investigate the benefits of better integrating our water and land use planning. Through this workshop, staff from Broomfield's planning, water resources, parks, economic vitality, and sustainability departments developed an action plan which identified the following key goals: integrate water efficiency goals into Broomfield's comprehensive plan updates and improve coordination between the planning and water resources departments, update Broomfield's requirements ensuring adequate water supply for new development, and update development codes to be more water-wise with a specific focus on outdoor efficiency and turf limits. We're currently proposing to present the Growing Water Smart strategies, progress, and outcomes to City Council next summer or early fall. Next slide. Here's a summary of our public education and outreach related to our water conservation programs. To name a few, these include water bill inserts and postcards advertising our programs, targeted next door ads, Broomfield enterprise ads, and digital reach signage. We continue to work with Broomfield's communications department to refine our outreach program and think of new ways to get residents and water customers involved in water conservation. In years moving forward, we'd like to offer community workshops to better disseminate this information and also provide an annual water update to City Council to keep you abreast of our long-term water plan and conservation programs. Next slide. And one more. Thank you. This figure on the bottom represents the U.S. Drought Monitor Index over the last 2 decades. The y-axis, it shows the percent of the state of Colorado that these drought conditions cover. You can see 4 times over the last 2 decades where a portion of the state was in exceptional drought conditions. A significant body of work indicates the extended drought patterns of the last 2 decades may persist for decades to come. The term drought implies a temporary condition. However, experts suggest Colorado is experiencing a deepening baseline aridification of its climate. This refers to the gradual change of a region from a wetter to a drier climate. The effects of this are higher average annual temperatures, less snowpack, earlier runoff, and shorter winters. Water providers are urged to plan for these conditions as the new normal. Next slide. Drought Watch is currently in place to encourage wise use of water amongst our residents and businesses. This includes no outdoor water use between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m., and reducing lawn watering to 2 days per week for no more than 3 hours. Public messaging about the drought was posted at Broomfield Voice in May, and conditions have improved slightly throughout the summer due to recurrent rainfall. You can see this in the two maps shown, drought conditions between June 7th and the latest map produced for October 4th. Broomfield had ample water this year due to a normal quota on CBT and nearly 5,000 acre feet of yield from the Winnie Gap project. We plan on carrying over 2,739 acre feet of CBT into next year. This is the maximum allowed by Northern to improve our drought resiliency moving forward into next year. Next slide. We're currently working to update Broomfield's drought response plan, which was approved by City Council in 2012. There's a few reasons for updating the plan now. There's been some new state guidance and best practices for managing drought that's come out. Droughts may be getting more frequent and or more severe due to climate change. And there are some potential issues we face related to the Colorado River, which I'll get into more later. Our priorities for updating the plan are to consider water system emergencies in addition to drought. These include unplanned and prolonged outages of Conduit 81 or the Carter Lake pipeline. Incorporate the reuse system. One thing we've noticed over the last 2 years of this drought is that our reuse system is particularly susceptible to drought because it's used solely for irrigation, and irrigation demands go up as temperatures go up. We also thoroughly evaluate and describe Broomfield's vulnerability to drought and other emergency water shortages. And this analysis will evaluate our supply and demand imbalance under a variety of different possible scenarios, such as the drought of record and drought under future climate change. We'll also estimate the potential water savings from water use restrictions to inform future decisions and develop a formal drought communications plan which we can use as we increase our stages of drought in years moving forward. Next slide. Something else you may have seen in the news recently, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed this year by the Biden administration and allocated $4 billion through 2026 to support drought mitigation activities in Western states, including compensation for voluntary reductions in consumptive water use, voluntary system conservation projects, and ecosystem and habitat restoration projects. The specifics of how these funds will be dispersed is still unknown. However, our team keeps a close eye on this, as well as other federal or state grants, which could help fund projects that promote water conservation and drought resiliency. Next slide. So we're on to the Colorado River. There's a lot to unpack here. I'll try to give you guys as much detail as you need to understand the situation as at hand without getting too into the weeds. But I'm sure it's no surprise that the Colorado River Basin is approaching a crisis, as has been reported in the media. The Colorado River Compact of 1922 apportioned the annual flow of the river amongst the upper basin states, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, and the lower basin states, Arizona, California, and Nevada. The 1922 compact was negotiated during a very wet period in history, which resulted in the overappropriation of the Colorado River's water. The issue has been exacerbated over the last 22 years by a mega drought caused by higher than average temperatures and reduced runoff throughout the river basin. Since the onset of the basin's drought in 2000, the Colorado River has experienced an average annual flow of 12.5 million acre feet, while 17.5 million acre feet is apportioned each year in accordance with the law of the river. This has resulted in a gradual decrease in storage levels at Lakes Powell and Mead, as it's shown in the figure on the slide. We are diligently tracking this issue because most of our water comes from the Colorado River Basin, all of our CBT and Winnie Gap, and about 70% of what we buy from Denver Water. The potential impacts to Broomfield are highly uncertain at this time because implementation of the relevant laws and agreements has never happened before. Next slide. Just a bit more detail on this. The first ever Tier 1 reductions were issued in August of 2021 in response to dwindling water supplies in Lakes Mead and Powell. These reductions are consistent with the lower basin's drought contingency plan, which defines stage reductions in water deliveries to these states based on water levels in Lake Mead. No such reductions are contemplated in the upper basin drought contingency plan. Rather, Upper Basin states are currently investigating the feasibility of a demand management program that would compensate water users that are willing to voluntarily use less water. On July 14th, in response to another year of unfavorable hydrology, the Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner set a goal of an additional 2 to 4 million acre feet of conservation across all basin states in 2023. No formal agreement was reached between the upper and lower basin states on how to achieve or share this reduction in usage. Consequently, Reclamation issued Tier 2 reductions in August of 2022. As you can imagine, there's some controversy surrounding the provisions set in the 1922 compact. The compact provides that the upper basin states will not cause the flow of the river to be depleted below an aggregate of 75 million acre feet for any period of 10 consecutive years, or an average of 7.5 million acre feet per year, which conceivably places the burden of a water shortage on the upper basin states. In other words, it could be argued that the upper basin must satisfy this obligation no matter how low water supplies in the river basin get, and is left to use whatever is left over. If the upper basin were to violate this condition, the lower basin could foreseeably issue a compact call, which would require the upper basin to curtail its water use until they're in compliance with this compact obligation. However, the upper basin states have been absorbing water shortages for years as the upper watershed dries out. This is because the upper basin states rely primarily on runoff from annual snowpack, and when the snow is thin, the water runs short. Whereas the lower basin states can max out their allocation from Lakes Mead and Powell regardless of hydrologic conditions. To put this into perspective, releases from Powell to the lower basin have averaged 8.5 million acre feet annually, while average consumptive use between 2016 and 2020 was just 4.6 million acre feet for the upper basin. For these reasons, a compact call would likely be disputed and settled in the U.S. Supreme Court. It is uncertain how exactly any water cuts would be divvied up amongst the upper basin states or amongst water users within each state, since a compact call has never happened before. It's likely large contributions would need to come from the agricultural sector, which accounts for roughly 80% of Colorado's total water use. Next slide. In response to the looming conditions in the Colorado River Basin, Denver Water and several other large water providers from across the Colorado River Basin announced an MOU formalizing their commitment to substantially expand existing efforts to conserve water by introducing a program to reduce the quantity of non-functional turf grass by 30% through replacement with drought and climate resilient landscaping, increasing water reuse and recycling programs, and continuing to expand conservation efficiency programs to accelerate water savings and implement best practices such as improving coordination between land use and water planning efforts. I bring this to your attention just to point out that although Broomfield wasn't a signatory to this document, we're currently working towards similar goals in order to better prepare for the uncertainty of our Colorado River supplies and ensure a sustainable water future for the city and county. That's the end of the presentation.
Well, thank you for that comprehensive overview. We'll go right to council member questions and comments. Don't all fight over it. Oh, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So thanks staff for the presentation and consolidating all this information into one presentation. I think over, my about 5 years that I've been on council, I've heard bits and pieces and gotten to tour the water facilities, but it's great to have all this information in one kind of presentation to kind of give us an overview as well as to kind of catalog all of this information. So thank you for that. Mr. Wright, you had presented Brandon with some history of what his background is. So, a long time ago, I was very much involved in water. My dad worked for the Idaho Department of Water Resources, and I spent much of my childhood, instead of paying attention to what he did, I actually, found out where the vending machine was in the break room of his office and spent, all my time finding quarters to get my treats out of the vending machine. So I really don't know, what my dad did at the Idaho Department of Water Resources, but I was always around this. And so it's always interesting when I get back around water that I think of my dad and think of the work that he did. And this is a very complex system. That was one thing I did glean from him And he worked in the interstate, water resources of this. So the conversation around the upper tier and the upper basin and the lower basin and all of the agreements that were made, that was definitely involved in what he did. But I think that, one of the pieces that I think is important is that conservation has to be part of the ongoing conversation in Broomfield. That I think that we've put a lot of energy into shoring up the amount of water that we have purchased, but the conservation needs must continue to be forefront. We had one of our municipalities in the Denver metro area eliminate or significantly reduce the water intensive landscaping. And I think that, we ought to look at our land use requirements to, significantly decrease the amount of water intensive landscaping that we have on there. I do think that there's more work that we can do with our water rates to incentivize water conservation. And I think that we can even break up the tier for our water rates from that 5,001 to 20,000, so that we put in at least one more tier, if not two more tiers in there to incentivize people to have water conservation in there. We got an email from a resident that pointed out that the water rates are not aggressive enough, that they don't do enough to incentivize people to conserve water. And, just to clarify with staff, I believe that the proposed water rates were not necessarily designed to drive conservation, but more appropriate to cover the high, cover the cost for the high volume users, so that it wasn't necessarily the lowest water users were subsidizing the higher water users. So is that correct, that they were more designed to cover costs as opposed to drive conservation?
I'm going to ask Brenda Ritchie to come up and address that question.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Brenda Ritchie, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify in regards to the water rate structure. So it was actually twofold. Part of it was in an attempt to start the conservation process. And so therefore the tiers were set in place as opposed to the flat rate that currently exists. The other aspect that you mentioned is because it is an enterprise system. So in order to do that, we needed to ensure that we're covering the costs. Why we don't compare to Arizona, California, other folks also experiencing similar pressures on their system is that based on what we currently project of our capital as well as our operations now and into the future, the rates that are proposed would adequately support that. We will continue to review and analyze that on an annual basis and propose any rate changes at that time. But staff, as well as the consultant, did not feel it was appropriate to overcharge on the water at this time, basically just because, again, it's an enterprise fund used in order to support the services that we operate and maintain.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. So I think that with that, I would look at, that 5,001 to 20,000 usage tier, and breaking that up would drive that conservation, but also, incentivize, people that fall over that 5,000 mark, but less than 20,000, because right now there isn't a whole lot of incentive to do that.
If I can address that, that was reviewed, and by breaking out into those tiers, it wasn't enough. It was a few cents by creating that additional tier between the 5,000, the 20,000, if we were to create an additional tier. So the change would be minimal, and your lower end users would also, there would be a reduction there, but there would truly not be an incentive to make that unless the rates shifted drastically to correlate with the costs.
Yeah, and it may be that the lower tiered water users do need to come down, and the upper tier water users need to go up. I mean, that could be a solution, but I'll look forward to more conversation on that. And I'll save the rest of my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question goes back to, I forget what slide it was, but Brandon, you talked about our projected demand at build out 2040. Was that demand given current water usage rates, or does that factor in any sort of conservation programs from residential or commercial users?
So that demand is estimated based on the TE projections, which we work with finance and the planning department to develop, which is based on basically our comprehensive plan, Broomfield's long-term vision for the build out of our community. We haven't factored in conservation into those demands. I mentioned a goal to reduce consumption by 10% in our water efficiency plan. That corresponds to savings of roughly 2,000 acre feet. And that's not factored into those demands, but does help provide a buffer during drought years, years where that supply may be lower than we're projecting and demands may be a bit higher. So we're treating it more as kind of a safety net. And, you know, as we go through this drought plan update, we are also looking into updating our long-term planning. We may update our process a bit on that as we're more confident in those numbers. But until we're confident that those savings will be there, we don't want to plan for them being there.
All right, thank you. And then my next question goes to the reuse water consumption. I know 40% of that average consumption is from Interlochen. Is that predominantly golf course as a share of that 40%, or do
I
you
think it's
have
the
a number?
business park as a whole is irrigated using reuse.
Okay. Do you know if the Omni golf course is part of that business park area?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Ken's our reuse expert.
Wonderful, thank you. Do we have any future plans for ordinances to eliminate for new developments going forward? Essentially grass lawns.
We have no plans to eliminate turf grass in new development. I know that some neighboring communities, particularly Aurora, has taken some pretty drastic measures in that area. This was a topic of conversation at that Growing Water Smart workshop that I mentioned, and was something that our project team discussed. And rather than, you know, talking about outright banning turf in new development, the direction we decided to take was to develop a model landscaping ordinance, which basically requires efficient irrigation practices from the get-go. And we're also going to look at, I believe Broomfield requires no more than 60% of the area be turf grass or whatever that is. That was a little bit higher than what the neighboring communities are doing. It's now, you know, as time has gone on, shifted to 20 to 40%. So that's something we may also update in future code updates.
Okay, thank you. I would like to have more of a conversation on that because I think we could definitely do a lot more in terms of what types of greenery and flora we allow for new developments going forward. And then my last question is going to be in relation to water reuse. I know you mentioned that that can be a little variable depending on how hot some summers get, where you need more water to keep the grass green or alive. Do we have any plans with our commercial developers to incentivize them to convert a lot of that green space in the Interlochen area particularly, but also, you know, Anthem has a 13% of that share, and then there's some other HOAs that are part of that. Do we have a map going forward of what that looks like?
We were actually lucky enough to get Interlochen on board with that turf pilot project that we're working on. So, and they're a separate pilot community. You know, they're not a sitting county, but they are doing their own pilot parcel study to look at the costs and benefits of this. So that's a starting point. Also, we work with Resource Central and the turf replacement program, but right now that's really targeting residential customers. It sounds like Resource Central is working to expand that program to large or, commercial HOA irrigated parcels. So I think we'll look to them to kind of see how that program develops over the years and just make sure we have adequate funds to support those conversions if people are interested. That was one of the questions we got when we reached out to some of these HOAs about surcharges was, well, what assistance is available for us to convert some of this to more water-wise landscaping? And the answer is right now there isn't much, but we're working with Resource Central to expand that program.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
In the news recently, I saw that Denver water rates are going up. When Denver residential water rates go up, does that affect our contracted rate, or how is our contracted rate for wholesale from the Denver water source determined?
It's not impacted by those rate increases. I'd have to look specifically at the contract, but the price of the water is set and there's an escalation, I guess, factor that's applied each year. One thing that is worth noting is that if Denver Water were to ever impose mandatory watering restrictions on its customers, we would be subject to the same restrictions. So that's something that contract clearly spells out. So as we update our drought plan and look at these different scenarios, that's one of the scenarios that we'll be looking at is what happens if Denver Water curtails our water use. I think historically, the max we've seen them is cut our water use by 10 to 20%. But I think that can go up to as much as 50% if drought conditions are severe. So that's something that we're looking to plan for, and have also engaged Denver Water to learn more about what the lead time would be in terms of them imposing those restrictions, how likely that would be, just to kind of better understand those parameters and bake it into our drought plan update.
Okay, thank you. It's interesting. So we'll go there. I did have a question about the drought plan update. So that's great. That's being updated. There's a note, we're supposed to see that in about summer of 23. When I looked at the code that was referred to 133620, the declaration of drought by council, that was interesting. I never knew we had the power to do that. But so there was drought 1 level, drought 2 level, and drought 3 level, but there were no specific parameters for what qualified as drought 1, drought 2, and drought 3. I didn't know if that was referring to the, the US Drought Monitor data, or if that was something that was subjective to determination by the city as to what drought 1, drought 2, and drought 3 was.
It's certainly subjective and something any mandatory water use restriction would need to be approved by city council first. We're currently in drought watch, as I mentioned, which is voluntary reductions in water use, which is why council probably didn't hear about it. But the parameters and the metrics we use to define those categories are defined in the drought plan itself, not Broomfield Municipal Code. So those metrics are, right now, it's kind of a single calculation. It depends on storage and Denver water systems and northern water systems. We may look to update those metrics as we update the drought plan. But really, it would be us kind of giving a presentation to city council about why we think, taking on a more aggressive drought category might be prudent, and it would be up to city council as to whether we'd want to do that.
My quick impression was that the drought 1 measures were not extremely restrictive, that it would be somewhat easy to foresee a situation and, that where we would need to impose something like that.
Yeah, and we got, pretty close in the last 2 years of drought that we were in to getting to that point. Really, we followed Denver's water's lead on a lot of this stuff and a lot of the surrounding communities. And we have monthly drought coordination meetings to see where everyone else is where everyone else is at. And no one else in the Front Range really imposed those mandatory restrictions. So, based on that and us having adequate water supply, we didn't really get to that point, but it's certainly foreseeable to get to a drought condition 1, 2, or 3 sometime in the near future if drought conditions persist. And I think you're correct that that first drought condition isn't too restrictive. I think it aims to get a 10% reduction in water use.
Okay. Then there was just one other piece of data that I thought would be interesting if you could, if you know this, or if you could come up with this at some point. So in the MOU that among the other area or regional municipalities where they were making a pledge to conserve more, when you looked at that, they gave their percentage reduction since 2000, and like Denver was at 39% or 36% or something. Aurora was too. So I just wondered, do we have any data to show how much overall we have conserved water in that 20-year period that they were referring to?
Yeah, I think it gets kind of to the graphic which showed our gallons per capita per day over time. We could use that to kind of come up with an estimate of our savings over the last 5 to 10 years from water conservation. It's hard to really assign that completely to water conservation in itself. So coming up with a number isn't a hard science, but it's certainly something that we could look into and try to estimate.
I was just looking for something to compare our efforts so far to other municipalities. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. Really excellent presentation. I just want to congratulate you all for the thoroughness of it. I was impressed how much is already going on, but it just opens the whole spectrum of how much more needs to be done. Councilmember Anderson and I are trying to get a meeting with whoever with our HOAs so that we can really begin the process of getting into the audits and the other elements to help us understand what targets we need to set and what strategies we need to develop. I know we've reached out to City Manager Hoffman, so we're waiting to hear from her as to who that would be. I'm assuming it's probably you guys and maybe others, but we think this is really a crucial issue because the rate issue has now pushed that button, which is good. A couple of things. I would like to see more definitive targets. I'd like to see a stronger relationship between the growth goals and the infrastructure expansion needs and the water conservation strategies, because they are related. I am over the long vision concerned about the Windy Gap and whether or not the water is always going to be there. Same issue we've just been talking about with Denver. It's nice to build the reservoir. It's nice to have an ownership of it, but if there's no water there, that's all moot. And, this drought could become even more severe. And so I really am concerned about that. So I think conservation has got to be a very high priority in this process. Turf seems to be, according to your chart, the biggest area where water is being applied. And so I signed up for the turf replacement. I'm on the waiting list. I don't know, it could be 2025 before I get, my postage stamp, removed. It's just not enough. And so I'm glad to hear you talk about working with resource recovery, but we've got to figure out a way to provide greater incentives because it's not inexpensive. And for a lot of homeowners, it's going to be a challenge for them to try to go to xeriscaping. So anything we can do from a council perspective to support that, to help that, I think would be very important. Same thing with codes. I'd like to see us to engage in a more deliberate consideration about codes. Codes about future property development. Because I think turf is an issue. Why should we try to xeriscape on one side, but allow new development to continue to add, bluegrass? It just doesn't make sense to me. I think that trees are an issue. They require a lot of water. The gentleman who was part of that earlier presentation, and I made the point about fast growing trees require a lot of water and they die young. Trees are not generally indigenous to this part of the planet. Cottonwoods maybe, but very little else. And yet we keep trying to plant more trees or replace trees. So I think that's an issue that needs to be resolved. And I think it would be great if the targets could be disaggregated into the various components, commercial, HOAs, residential, whatever, so that each sector would know what it needs to do in order to reduce its usage and what strategies would be developed. Because strategy for me as a homeowner, a strategy for me as a member of an HOA versus a strategy for a commercial property owner would I assume be different. So any way that you all can help us disaggregate those different sectors so that we have a better way of developing plans for future development, but also to xeriscape and take advantage of other techniques. And not everybody's going to replace their toilet. And, $75 is nice, but I'm not sure that's going to have a major impact. Rain barrels, I think about it can only be used for landscaping. Well, do I want to get out there with a bucket of water and spray my yard with, it's not going to work. So we need more education. We need more guidance as to practical ways that we can move from the bluegrass to the natural turf and natural landscaping and similar techniques. So I hope that's helpful. This is an increasingly important issue. And again, I know council's interested in this, so your continued guidance would be most appreciated here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I'll be brief since I know it's late. Also, my thanks for a very comprehensive, lengthy report, and you did it all without taking one drink of water, I noted, so you're allowed to now. I just want to reiterate real quickly what I think Councilmember Leslie and Lim were going at was targets. I think you mentioned the per capita graph you showed was interesting, but I'm curious as to what our goal would be necessarily, and therefore policy directed at keeping it at that target. Notably, we've talked about lawn irrigation. I take it to be the most efficient way to keep our use rates low or usage low. And so I just noted that we have this lawn replacement program, which funded 29 yards. Only a third of the ones who requested it. And at the same time, I think Councilmember Leslie mentioned, we've approved thousands of new lawns. So I'm not sure what we're accomplishing. Either we need to really re-up the lawn replacement or we're approving lawns that we're then paying to replace or take out. So I think we need clarity on what we're trying to accomplish there, so I think Councilmember Lynn mentioned much stronger code going forward to encourage developers to come up with something other than a lawn. And finally, just a curiosity on my part. I know we were attacking grass here, but grass does lower the ambient temperature, especially next to turf, even much lower than natural arid grasses. So I don't know what effect that has on water usage or, by raising the ambient temperature in the community, whether that increases water usage counterproductively. But I don't know if that's worked in that, how we figure that all out going forward. But as I just closed, I do think we need to have a much more clarity on our development policy toward this. Thanks.
Is that all, Councilmember Cohen? Okay, thank you. Next is Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I have questions from two areas in the Anthem area that have been asking the majority of questions. And if we don't have the answers to these, that's fine. So I didn't get them in ahead of time, but I will see how far we get. Regarding the residents that had questions about the North Area water tanks, those questions are still forthcoming. They did not get those in time because it said that this isn't going to be the end of this conversation. There's still more time to ask questions. So the only questions I have tonight are regarding the reuse water. Specifically, some of our HOAs have been noticed that they are overusing that reuse water, and we really do need to begin this process very rapidly to bring that back to where those contracts state they should be. So I guess that just in general, what is the process for purchasing and reporting of reuse water? That's something where when you do the reuse water contract, upfront is probably the developer purchasing that reuse contract, but that's supposed to be reported out on a monthly and annual basis by the HOAs? Do we know the reporting requirements and who and why we?
So Ken is actually the best one to answer this question. The only thing I'd ask Ken to clarify is the terminology a little bit between permit and contract. And Ken knows that better than I do. So Ken, you want to start on that conversation? I'll chime in if I need to.
Yeah, just like drinking water side, the reuse has taps and water licenses. So when a developer comes in, they buy the license for the reuse just like they would for potable water. So it's not technically a contract per se, but the same as a water tap. So they went through the license approval process. Second part of the question, can you remind me?
Reporting.
Reporting.
How often do they report to who?
According to the reuse permit through the state that issues out to all these reuse customers, they're required to track monthly and report annually to our reuse department, and then we submit that to the state.
Okay. Okay, so they should be, so they only need to report annually. They track monthly internal to the organization and report out to state.
And then they do a monthly or annually to us.
Okay. And then when they're determining, okay, so there really is no water contract per se. It's just how many tap equivalents that they purchased.
Right.
And in that purchasing of those tap equivalents, there was and this is coming down to this, in the code, as we know, as we're reviewing it, it hasn't changed. It's been there all along that when you hit that value, then you pay a 10X surcharge. So that when they're pushing those tap equivalents, that 10X surcharge would have been a part of that agreement in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, it's on the application itself. It's actually described on there when the developer comes in and provides the estimate, which is how the tap equivalent is established, is based on what the developer indicates how much water they're going to use. And then staff evaluates that to make sure the calculations are correct, and they pay for those tap licenses. In that license application, it says on there that this is an estimate, and that if any overuse would occur, future tap purchases would be required, and that there's a surcharge.
Okay, just to clarify, that was when the developer's coming forward and they're looking at how many tap equivalents they need, there's some kind of a formula that whether you're doing grass or trees or how kind of estimating what you would reasonably need to use to water. When it comes to the question of, as we go into this audit process, I'm just curious, how does this benefit? This would cover time of day watering, how much you should be watering per acre. What does a water audit typically cover, and what have we seen as the benefits?
One of the big things is the irrigation efficiencies. So part of what my understanding is part of the water audit is they set out measuring devices in the irrigation area. They run the sprinkler system, determine, how much water is actually being applied. And then they evaluate the efficiency of the sprinkler system.
Okay, and then we've seen from those water audits, I don't know if we have that.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but the Water Resource Central site indicates a significant reduction in water.
Okay, that's super helpful. And then we can go with that. So I'm assuming that process has to be gone through during the peak of the summer.
Right.
Okay.
So for HOA's large customers, they start those in July. They start the whole program in June. So for residents, they'll get their, they can do theirs in June, but for HOAs, commercial customers, they start those in July. So that's one of our communications out to our HOAs and large customers is we've made contact to Resource Central and say, hey, we got these customers who we're recommending to have these audits, to make sure they go to the link and they sign up now so that they can be ensured that they have time to have that audit.
So, and to that point, Councilmember Anderson, I'm gonna jump in for a minute. So that's what we've been working on, is kind of what does 2023 look like for our HOAs who have reuse water, so they're non-residential customers, and kind of how can we help educate them? Kind of back to Councilmember Leslie's point about what needs to happen. So the first step really is they need to look at their frequency and duration currently. Like, what does their current irrigation plans look like? Then they go through that free water audit in July, which then gives them that feedback of where those adjustments can be made. Some of the things that we're hearing from our park staff who has gone out and talked to the HOAs, I mean, over the course of many years, obviously COVID threw that off a little bit, but I know they've been out to Anthem Ranch a few times and some of the other HOAs is overwatering, right? So overwatering can kill trees as well. So things like that, right? It's just that education piece of what best practices are. How often really do you need to water? And so that will be part of that discussion as we go through 2023 with our HOAs. And so that information is going to be provided to them. So we sent council an email today. That information is going to go to the HOAs this week. So they have that information of kind of what that plan looks like and how we're going to help them with best practices in the irrigation audits.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. And then here's a question I've been asked, and I'm assuming it's yes, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Does the city follow the same process for these reused tap equivalents? The city also has to purchase the tap equivalents and then abide by them. Is that correct?
Yes, all city facilities have to go through the same process, just like a resident or a commercial or HOA.
And limited to the same, you have to stay within your
Yep.
water. allocation. Okay.
And our Parks Department has done an outstanding job of reducing their water usage over their irrigation management system that they've implemented over the last several years. And I've seen significant reductions in.
And I think the thing to note is we have some of the best looking parks around. So again, that reduction and looking at those irrigation audits and making those adjustments, our grass still looks green. So I think that's the thing we're trying to hammer home, not only for the HOAs, but for residents, right? Like I have that argument with my husband about, as a farm kid, how much do you have to really water the grass? So those are things that we hope to continue to educate both the HOAs and our residents about how they can cut back that water usage.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is all my questions. And just a quick comment that, you know, and sometimes those are changing over to these native grasses. There's a few places where Anthem has tried and the signs could be a little bigger, but just noting on signage, I've seen it done in Thornton at a couple locations to state there's a conversion occurring and that this is the start of native grasses, and just indicating that to the public is huge as an educational piece. I don't know how much we've done of that and how much that we've put into it, but that's super beneficial. And I also appreciate, this is a comment from Parks Director Clay Shuck, as we were talking about some of these tree replacements, that we are looking at drought resistant trees as these are being replaced, which I thought was such a critical piece. So we're not replacing the same trees that had already died once. And that is all my questions. I very much appreciate all this information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be brief. I want to thank you for the presentation. It's a lot of information and stuff that I really didn't know, and I'm happy to know now. I'm looking forward to the pilot program in Brandywine Park. That's going to be cool, and I hope that we can move forward with that citywide. I'm going to just want to copy pretty much ditto what everybody else has said. I think we definitely need to be more aggressive in our conservation efforts. My understanding is that is there going to still be a overall code update coming forward to us at some point in the next quarter, 2 quarters?
I don't want to say for sure when. I know that in 2023, we're talking about what some of these code updates look like. So Anna Burton-Zetti, who I think left already, she has kind of mapped out like what that can look like next year, kind of what things we can address. So yes, we'll be bringing that back.
So then I would echo what other people have said and support an update to the code to do away with new turf and new, that on new developments. I also want to support Councilmember Staff's comment earlier about, I understand why we are setting the water rates the way they are in coming up next week for a second reading. But I do think we need to be more aggressive in those rates, in encouraging conservation. So if there's support for an amendment for next week, then I would definitely be supportive of that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you guys again, and thanks for hanging in with us so late. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. There being no further business,